Yay, hello. Hello. Yes, I am spreading. Are you spreading the love to different machines? I see a different one on your table tonight. Yes, I am. I recently got this going. It's an amazing machine. And these old Japanese clones are absolute just workhorses. And once they get going, they're lovely machines. Whoops, wrong button. Wow, I didn't even have the same old technical error this evening. Hello. I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the Godless Sewing channel as I adjust everything and jump around like a crazy person. I hope everyone's doing well. It's Wednesday evening and I have a bunch of stuff. Thank you, Pam. Thank you so much. How's it going, Skids? Hello, Pam. Anyone else out there? Great to see you. And to anyone watching this in the future, I thank you and welcome to the Godless Sewing channel. Thank you, Pam. I absolutely love this machine. It's a Ward signature, and the more and more I do research about it, it was one of those like semi-common machines, but it is solid. And for the what I think like 20 bucks I paid for it or whatever I paid for it, it works better than most of the machines I have. So I try to spread the love around. Excuse me. I'm feeling a bit under the weather tonight. So, let's get the show started. I have whatever's floating around. I have a bit of a cold or something. I don't know. Alexa, do you have a notification?
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. That truck has arrived.
Alexa, thank you.
Anytime.
And
Literally.
I got
Hope you had a good Wednesday.
I recently purchased a backdrop for when I'm filming now because I want to show off my desk, but I don't think anyone wants to see my washer and dryer while I'm filming. So, hey, Butterfly, hello, how are you? How are you? So, I bought a backdrop, and later on this evening, we will take a look at it. It's a bit early. It's definitely a bit early. I hope everyone's doing well. Good to see you, Butterfly. Awesome. Awesome. My kids have been sharing the stomach bug. Do you know that's what's happening? I'm in a circle of people and we're just passing it back and forth. Every single one of us has had what I have right now, and I'm the last to get it because I'm a bit of a germaphobe hand washer. So I was the last to get sick out of everybody. But that's okay. Sudafed honest, I have my Stanley Cup ready, my fake Stanley Cup, my Fanley. Yay, hello. I have my coffee that is keeping me propped up and I'm ready to go. How are you, Waternay? Hello. Awesome. My daughter had it over the weekend and now my son has it. That's exactly Isaiah's about 2 weeks ago, someone I know got COVID. And then we all started going, needless to say, no one around here has it. As of today, no one around here has it. But I caught whatever's going around. And part of it is like, I have either a cold or something. And the other half is hypochondria because someone I know got COVID and I was freaking out. Yay. Hello, Waterday. Hello. I have 2 bits of news. We got rain in Texas and I got 2 Cutco knives. Yes. We love Cutco here in the House of Sewing. Awesome. Cutcos are amazing. I told you I recently bought a new Cutco knife and I didn't realize how incredibly dull all of my knives were until I purchased a new Cutco knife. And that's a non endorsement. Part of me wants to open the package, but I know what's in there. So this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the views of every human being on planet Earth. And I hope everybody has a great evening flying Godless Sewing Airlines. Yay! Hello, Warne. Hello. Someday, everybody will be House of Sew. I'm thinking about making a giant House of Sewing flag. It's been a while since I've had a really big, overambitious project because I used to make these giant capes. I didn't think I was capable, and I was. So I think it's time to make a giant flag. Yay, I got a set of nice sharpening stones. Yay, they're great. Absolutely, Butterfly. Congrats on the rain. Yay. Awesome. Absolutely, that would be fun. I love making giant projects, and because of like the gym and the shop, I have enough space where I could lay it out on the floor and either do it with a machine or hand sew it. I want my bag of Godless Sewing pretzels and mini can of Godless Sewing ginger ale. Somebody will be right with you, Skits Crasher. Thank you for flying Godless Sewing Airline. I finished the 2 pairs of pants I got cut out Monday night. Awesome. Awesome. I love that feeling. What color are they? Even though I know what you're talking about, I'm just asking it. It's a great idea. I want a House of Sewing patch. Patent pending. That's a really good idea. HOS. That means something else around here. Oh. Awesome. Yay, they're blue and tan. Yay. Awesome. Hello, Commander. How are you? I hope you're having a good evening. If anybody wants to hop in, let me know, or you can hop right in. I'm about to grab my cape in a minute. So, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, there was what I call the Harry Potter controversy. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not even going to sit here and pretend that I'm going to argue about it. But that very weekend, when Harry Potter got canceled, I went to my local Goodwill and I found, what does House of Sewing mean in not House of Sewing world? My daughter loves them. Awesome. Oh. Yay, Joe, how's it going? Yay, hello. There's a Guinness Book World Record for the largest Halloween shirt. You could sew that? That's not a bad idea. I'll be on shortly. Awesome. But so that weekend when all that stuff was going on, I used to go to Ventura every weekend because that's where Touch and Sews live. For some reason, the singer stylist and Touch and Sew sewing machines live in Ventura, California, and they would sell them for like $5, $10. And in the early days of my channel, I would not stop buying them because it was content every single weekend. So I got a routine of Goodwills that I would go by. And in I believe it's Fillmore, California, off the beautiful 126 freeway, there's a random Goodwill. And Fillmore is kind of a sleepy town because it's it's a farming town out in the middle of nowhere. And most people do not know that Southern California and most of California is is farmland. So I need to decide what my next sewing project will be. I'm all over the place. I have like 5 projects at once. So I found a $120, $130 Universal Studios Harry Potter cloak for $10 at the Fillmore Goodwill. I've had it for years, and I wore I've like put it on a couple times. I'll wear it every once in a while, but this year I'm gonna add one of those sparkly patches that I purchased from downtown on it. I already have my pins set, so I'm gonna grab it, and I think that's enough setup for the Harry Potter cloak. And I want to say, for the permanent record, in no way, shape, or form is this an endorsement. I just scored a beautiful cloak for $10 at a thrift store. But this is the real one that they would sell at Universal Studios, and I found it right at the Goodwill, and I purchased it for $10. And this thing is huge. I'm 5'9", and this thing is huge. Oh, and really cool. Where is it? Where is it? What side is it on? This, I don't know if you can see that, but it has a pocket for your wand. So this is perfect Halloween attire. I wear it every year as a lazy Halloween costume because my Star Trek uniform, although it's original and it's beautiful, it doesn't necessarily fit like it does, and it shows off the less desirable parts. I look more William Shatner 1986 and less William Shatner 1979. So, I'm going to start on that. But I did get 5'9" with or without your shat. With my shoes on, it actually gives me the illusion of height. I love saying that because it gives me the appearance of being tall. And then when I take off my cowboy boots, people are like, "Oh man, you are not as tall as I thought you were." All right. Where's my? Oh, that's right. I got organized and I put my scissors. But it's awesome. The hood is extra wizardy. I was thinking about taking it off and making a larger hood, but I'll keep it as it is. I think I'm just used to this giant hoods that I've been making. Really is what it is. Yay! I didn't see you sneak in. Joy, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Connection back later. No worries. No worries, Joe. No worries. Awesome. Thank you, Butterfly. It was a total score. And it's well put together. Like I said, all politics aside, it is well put together. And for $100 and something bucks, it should be. The reason I know the value is because when I get something like that, I'm in the parking lot Googling it. Like, what's the value of this? All right. Usually I use upholstery thread, but I'm completely out of it. I have my good old Coats and Clark, and that holds up for vests and everything else. I use upholstery thread because it's indestructible. But somewhere in here is a large spool, but I need to find it. That's how I feel. Better be nice for that cost. Exactly. I couldn't believe it. And this was years ago, and the value is still the same because they still sell these exact cloaks at Universal Studio. And so this exact cloak runs like $120. It's probably more. With inflation and everything else, it's probably way more. Oh, right. This is one of the many beautiful things that I have found at Goodwill. And I know it may or may not be the reason it's there, but I found it right after all the drama happened. Perfect. One of our cats scratched my leg this morning. That's the worst. That's the worst. And that's like a terrible wake up call. I am so sorry, Pam. My cat is so excited to see me. It talks to me and tells me everything it did the night before. Oh. And you should feel privileged to be scratched by our feline overlord. Do you know what's really funny? I look at my cat like that. My cat is like, you're lucky that I adopted you. Oh, right. That's a terrible wake up call, though, because I do things like that. Like, I'll wake up and kick my coffee table, and then I'm like, oh, wow, what a great way to start the day. Oh, right. So I am of a specific height. Actually, no, I think I can reach this. Usually I bust out my stool. I don't know how many people can say they have a sewing stool, but I have it's more of a step ladder. I have a ton of stuff from my painting days. Because of my height, I have a ladder for every occasion. But here in the House of Sewing, we love people of all heights, even the vertically challenged, such as myself. I'm kidding. All right. I was sitting on a chair this morning. It jumped on my lap without permission. When it got off, it scratched my leg. Oh, yeah. Cats are hardcore. I have a step stool because I'm short. Me too. I have a stool for everything. It makes me laugh because I have like all of my shorter stools are on the other side right here where my toolboxes are, and outside I have a collection of ladders from 5 foot all the way to like 25, 30 foot ladders. You got to get around when you're of a certain height. And I'm not the bird costume needs a night binder or sunglasses. A night blinder. I think it's hilarious how that thing scares people. It is just kind of looming in the back. It is. Oh, butterfly, that makes my night. Do you know what's funny? Like, I'm laughing, but I cover the faces of every single one of the mannequins that I have in this room. And the sitting one has a giant sombrero that it wears that I pull all the way down. So I completely understand. Do you think that's just human nature that we like anthropomorphize everything? Oh. Skid Crasher is also afraid of afraid of my I is it Evil Eagle? Oh, that's funny. Where is that thumbs up bubble thing coming from, or am I going crazy? Same. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm trying to ignore it. If it's a improvement or something, it's kind of weird. But it started a couple streams ago and it's not going away. I do like the sequence skull. Thank you. Thank you. It actually is really intricate work, and the people who make these patches are amazing because the red is done by machine, but everything else is a sequin. And it's so intricate. It's I look at them and I'm like, how did they make these things? I thought it was you, Skids. If that thing moved, oh man, you would see me jump. I would jump. I'm talking big, but like I said, if that mannequin moved, you guys would have it would be a viral moment. Oh. Can't fight it, feature it. That is the problem with some of this thread, that it bunches. That's why I like using the upholstery thread or the nylon, because while you're sewing like this, it won't bunch up. No, right. Sorry, I'm caught up in my security camera. My my neighbors come creeping down the street. It's, you know what, honestly, it's always because someone's on their cell phone. Let's be real. We get comfortable, we get in a certain area and we're like, okay. Especially where I live, it's really kind of hidden. So when people get near the house, they get on their cell phones. Oh. Oh, this is gonna look great on my inexpensive Harry Potter cloak, even though it is extremely. See, but that's the beautiful thing about thrifting, is that this thing was in the thrift store for $10 and it resells for literally 10 times that. Well, not after I'm done sewing a skull on it, but that's the beautiful side of thrifting. The ugly side of thrifting is my storage unit. Oh, right. So right now I'm working on a video of how I attempted. Do you just see it? Did you just see it again, Skid? You know what? I just saw it. I'm hoping it's like this happened ever since I did my Apple update, because I haven't seen it on too many other people's StreamYards. I have no idea what it is. But the random balloons and then it happens even when I'm off stream. And I thought it was like a new update, but I have kind of a backup room in my StreamYards, and when I'm on that, it pops up as well. So it's weird. It's extremely weird. Who knows what it is, though? I'm hoping it's an update, but I'm going to tell you, if you get a message from me and I'm selling Bitcoin, it's not me. I learned the hard way from the fake skits crasher. The fake skits crasher and I literally were talking. Like, I was like, oh, what's up? How's it going? Having a full conversation. I was telling the fake skits all my business. And then the fake skits crasher tried to sell me crypto and got blocked within 30 seconds. Oh, good times. Good times. Let's see what I'll save that. So, I said last time how van life kind of creeps me out. And lately, again, it's been popping up in my feed, and van life is scary to me. I know we've had the conversation, but I'm a bit traumatized by van life. Like, people are like half bragging about being in vans. And it's like camping all the oh. I think the thing that creeps me out with van life is that you can't be a hoarder. You can't, like, I guess you could if you had a storage unit, but and yes, I had to get my stool out. There we go. Perfect. Shout out to all my short people who have to use stools. I really like this patch, and it's going to look great once I get it on. I'm definitely thinking about being a wizard for Halloween this year. All right. Gonna have to rethread here in a minute, but this is coming along beautiful. I have quite a few things to sew this evening. I have quite a few things that I will be sewing. All right, I'm gonna have to rethread in a second because I've been cleaning out my closet and I've been noticing there's a lot of stuff that either I don't feel that same way anymore or I can improve on certain coats. So I've been going through a lot of my old stuff and improving on it. Oh, that's perfect. Let me check the chat. There would be no place for your sewing machines. No, that's what I'm saying. Van life scares me. I have a van, but definitely wouldn't want to live in it. And you know what? I'm gonna disclaimer. In no way, shape, or form am I trashing people who live in vans. I'm kind of envious of people who could be able to go. I always pride myself in I can do whatever I want at any time, but it's always within reason because I have a life and things that keep me from just driving to Saskatoon. But it seems crazy. It just seems like a lot of work, and permanently camping would drive me crazy. All right, I'm gonna rethread this. And I watch the videos and I'm like, oh, there's got to be something here. Whoa. And it's just a giant nope. And And like I said, I'm not against anyone doing anything because really it's none of my business. But it's on YouTube, and so I sit there in horror watching these people. And this woman was like, she was like has a normal life. I don't know what normal is, but she has a life. But every night she has to go find a parking space, and she said where no one bothers me or I don't bother anyone else. And that would be crazy. And I've actually been there. I think that's what it is. I've been there, so I'm like, no, thank you. Do you ever sew on that grasshopper? The grasshopper has kind of become a wall hanger because it's really caked and it's not necessarily at a speed. Something's wrong with it. And Alibaba told me to like completely drain out the oil, but it has a real sluggish, slow problem. But it looks beautiful. It's my wall hanger so far. Every machine over there. Well, actually, no, they all work except for the grasshopper. I actually bought that in Ventura. I need to go back, but I have a feeling that I purchased most of the sewing machines. I bought over like, not even exaggerating, probably like 30 or 40 sewing machines just in Ventura, probably more. And I purchased like at least 15, 20 tables in Ventura, and they were anywhere from $25 to $40 each. And for my 1940s Singer, I paid like $30 for that. And for my 1950s Singer, I think I paid 35, $40 for it. So I think I need to go back to Ventura. All right, let me rethread this. Awesome. I have my fan on, so the thread is just blowing in the wind. I will get my grasshopper going again. It's just a mess. I need to take a couple days off and just get all of my semi-operable sewing machines going again. Because just like my Ward signature that I have right in front of me, I last night I was like, I'm just gonna get this thing going, and with use, every stitch got better and better and better, and then eventually, it's now it's a perfectly well-oiled running sewing machine that throws down a perfect stitch at 100 miles an hour. Hey, Kilroy, how's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. I am sewing on my old on this Harry Potter cloak that I scored a while ago. All right. Yay, how's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. Awesome. So, and I was just going off about van life and how it scares me. But I know we've already had that conversation 100 times, but I've been watching videos again. Because it'll pop up every once in a while, especially with shorts. All right, perfect. I haven't decided what I'm gonna be for Halloween yet, and it's really just me handing out candy to the neighborhood kids. But I'm probably just gonna wear this as my default costume. I used to wear my Star Trek uniform, but like I said, I kind of outgrew that. So now I rock my Harry Potter cloak every year. Perfect. I haven't been feeling well, but like I said earlier, I have whatever's been floating around. So I just drank a bunch of coffee and water, ate a bunch of oranges, and I feel bad. Oh. Awesome. And I know that the cloak gets a reaction from people, but I love this thing. And it's not even political, it's just me rocking an easy Halloween costume every year. And this is just something again to show that like you get lucky thrifting every once in a while. All right. Let's see. Can you see all the spectacular stuff in here? Let's see if we can get some behind the scenes here in the House of Sewing. Every single sewing machine box up there, I purchased at a Goodwill. Every single sewing machine that, except for the M100, but every single machine besides that was purchased at a Goodwill or found at a Goodwill. And yes, I have a television suspended. So if you ever see me randomly looking up, it's because I'm watching the game or the Honeymooners right now. Does anyone else collect the boxes of the sewing machines that you have? That's great that they had boxes. I think a lot of people they're like, "Oh, I'm going to start sewing. I absolutely want to start sewing. Sewing is the greatest thing." And then they start sewing and it doesn't catch on easily, you know. Oh, you keep your boxes. I do too. But that's more if I, I do it more for storage. Like if I ever do move, everything's going right back in the box it came in. I purchased many sewing machines that were still in the box. So, sewing is one of those things where people are like, I'm going to make a pair of pants or I'm going to do this or that. Then they actually start doing it and it's a lot more difficult. Sewing seems easy. Yeah, exactly. There's that creepy thumbs. It's been happening a lot lately. Oh, great. Now the Eagle and Patriotic Plague Doctor are looking at. Well, that's more Hillbilly Plague Doctor. Absolutely. There's all kinds of fun stuff in here. I do not anthropomorphize things. So I find that hilarious, Skits, that you're creeped out by the eagle. It's just a fake eagle head, and then behind it is a mannequin that weighs 30 pounds and happens to be the exact same height as I am. All right. Whoa, that clicked back. I'm actually almost done with this. Well, relatively speaking. After this stream, I'm going to go back and reinforce this. What I do with most patches like this is I'll come by and I do my stitching, but then I come back and I fill in every single stitch. What I mean is I give some spacing here, and then I literally come back in reverse and go in every single one of those spaces just to secure the patch. Because you should always reinforce your seams. I have the tubes stuck in my head because that's what I was listening to before the stream started. But don't fall in love. YouTube's been really strict lately, so I'm not going to finish that sentence. The funny thing is, there's some YouTubers that I watch that are really popular, and I kind of go by what they say because they get censored all the time and they do not curse or anything. So YouTube's been real sensitive lately. That's just what I'm calling the hat and the gas mask guy. I am obsessed with these style of hats. I love the hillbilly hat, but the truth is I watched a lot of wrestling as a kid, so it reminds me of Stone Cold Steve Austin. And I purchased this at a thrift store. For all my people in the UK, I have a Bear Grylls Survival Challenge hat. I laughed so hard when I found the Bear Grylls hat at the thrift store. I was like, oh man, most people in this country probably wouldn't even know who he is. Actually, probably a lot of people watch Bear Grylls. I'm just being mean. Oh, that's funny, skits. I think YouTube just cares about if you're making them money or losing them money for real. For real. Skits kind of looks like a DI hat gone wrong. Oh, I think they must have filmed something out here. I must have that Bear Grylls hat. They must have filmed something out here because at that store I get a lot of what I would call Hollywood memorabilia, but it's just stuff that's recently released. Like I have a pair of coveralls that's from the Hughleys, the show the Hughleys. Okay, good. I don't want to sew in my wand pocket. That's not innuendo. This cloak comes with a wand pocket, with an inside wand pocket. And it should for as much money as you would end up spending on this thing. All right. Did I? Okay, good. I'm just making sure I didn't sew through the arm or make some egregious mistake because this thing is tailored funny, but it's meant to be a wizard's cloak. So it has very sharp angles. And the arms are really tapered in. All right. Wow. I'm almost done. Perfect. Do you know I'm still kind of shocked on how intricate these patches are. And they're relatively cheap, but all of the sequin pieces are done by hand. And it's extremely intricate. He says as he has the tubes blasting in his head. I'm waiting for the thumbs up to come at an inappropriate time. It's really weird. It's the strangest thing. And it just appeared one day. I blame everything on the Apple update, but just because causation is not correlation or whatever the saying goes. Perfect. Let me keep going. So I still have a little bit of thread left, so I'm going to keep going. It's important when you sew a patch on that it's secure because you're going to put this through the washing machine. I no longer drink alcohol, but for people who drink alcohol, you put way more stress on your clothes than you think you do. And patches like this will easily get chipped off. So it's a good thing to reinforce. Perfect. No. All right. So I'm going to let that sit there for a second. Do you know what the funny thing is? I feel like the more my chair sags, the lower and lower I get in this chair. Makes me look like a borrower in this room. Perfect. So let's open up and see what I got from Amazon. Okay. So I know for a fact that nothing is ever like what you order it. And if this is too like not if this isn't realistic enough, well, I'm not going for realism. But if this isn't what I'm looking for, I will be making a sweatshirt out of this. This is 7 foot by 8 foot. And I am going to put this behind my desk. This is exactly what it said on the thing. I'm going to try to class this place up a little bit. But I purchased this in one of my like 2 or 3 a.m. What are you doing? Because it said same day shipping and I challenged it and it came today. It showed up literally as I was walking around the room, getting all my electronics together. So I have 7 feet of this. So if you ever see a sweatshirt made out of this, I got tired of it. But I'm going to use this as a background for when I'm showing off my machines because I have this giant table here that I never use. And I always end up rearranging half of this room just for a shot. It's like a ghost thumbs up. It's creepy. What you cooking tonight, Kilroy? Absolutely. We're all curious. And yes, so if you ever wonder when you're scrolling through Amazon, you're like, who would ever purchase that? It's me and everybody who's ever planned like a fake outdoor party. And I have clamps and all kinds of stuff that I'm going to rig up here. So I'm actually excited. But I'm probably going to end up putting this in the dryer, which I don't know if I can or not. But it's that weird canvas material. So I think I can definitely put this one in the dryer. So I'm stoked for that. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes. I ate before the stream. I've learned to eat before the stream because you guys get me starved. When we start talking about food, I sit here and I'm like, oh, that sounds lovely. Oh, that sounds great. And then by the end of the stream, I'm in my kitchen, like making something just extravagant with pancakes. Every week, it's the same thing. Awesome. Awesome. I haven't decided. This is actually what I ordered, so I'm kind of shocked. Usually, when you order something like this, it's really hit or miss on Amazon. But I wasn't shooting for something that was too realistic. But this is exactly what I'm looking for. And like I said, if I get sick of it, I'll just put on I'll just make a sweatshirt out of it. And that's more of a review than I would ever write on Amazon. So let's try on the Harry Potter cloak. Pam made chicken Alfredo. Oh, I'm starving now. I'm obsessed with Italian food. Awesome. Do you know my weight goes up and down, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this fits. All right. Perfect. This thing really comes with a wand pocket. It's hilarious. But, people are serious about being a wizard, Oh, you're a wizard, sewing. You're a wizard. Hold on. What do I need for a wand? Well, I have large scissors. That seems more of a Where is the wand pocket? Oh, there it is. Okay. Beautiful. Well, he could have the white furry instead of the red one with the eagle. I love the red coat. I love the way it looks. This Harry Potter cloak still fits after all these years. I got this 3 years ago, and this thing is huge. And like I said, it has a wand pocket, but I have my scissors. Oh, do you know what's really funny? At my age, I never thought I'd be wearing a wizard cloak, waving a pair of scissors, but here we are. This is actually awesome. And every time I put this thing on, I forget about the wand pocket. And I still have pins in this thing because I was so eager to put it on. I definitely think I'm going to be a wizard for but not to be outdone, I have more to my wizard costume. Oh man, this is peak YouTube again. But I found this just kind of lingering around on my stuff. And it goes perfectly with my wizard costume. And in my disclaimer, I say or wigs. And oh, I'm a wizard now. Oh, hold on. Oh, this wig is awful. Hold on. Where's my hat? There we go. There we go. Oh, the wig was a bad idea. Full wizard. I think I'm going to be a wizard this year for Halloween. You should fit a... The hood is huge on this thing. Wizard cloak with the skeleton skull. I like that. I like that. But I definitely I forgot I had this thing. Dodger the wizard. Imagine the people tuning in right now that have no context. Oh man, this hair hat is hot. Oh man. Oh man. I'm definitely gonna be messing around with this thing. I have all kinds of undiscovered things in the house of sewing, and I found that, and I was like, "Oh, that's definitely wizardly." Oh. You need facial hair. I do. You know, I'm not I don't want to wear a fake beard. I'm not a fake beard kind of guy. And this, let's see, I don't even know how to properly put this on. Is that the back? Like I said in my disclaimer, I say or wigs. Oh man. I would look terrible with long hair. I would look absolutely terrible with long hair. But I definitely think I'm going to be Godless Sewing the Wizard for Halloween. Definitely. Oh, man. So between this terrible wig and my Harry Potter cloak, I think I've kind of figured out what I want to be for Halloween. And I won't wear the eagle head because the eagle head scares people. Oh man, that fake hair is everywhere. And I live in a neighborhood. I live near an elementary school, so we always have large amounts of children that live in my neighborhood because people move here just to live near the school, you know. Oh, you missed all the wig shenanigans. How are you?
I saw them while I was connected.
What was that movie where Samuel L. Jackson played a Viking?
I don't know.
There was a comedian I watched. He was making fun of it, and I didn't think it was real. And I looked, and it's a movie where you see all these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Vikings, and the guy turns, and Samuel L. Jackson is like one of the head Vikings,
Huh.
and he has a blonde wig on.
Oh, hello, everybody. You'll have to excuse me. I'm not feeling very well. I had a migraine this week, and I am brung out.
I'm propped up off a coffee, espresso, and a ton of Sudafed sinus.
This is all a facade right now.
But I got, hi, pretty lady.
Oh, thank you, Joy.
I got this background for my desk because I don't think people want to see my washer and dryer. So I
kind of saw that, but I didn't have my glasses on, so I didn't get a good look. Oh, that came out well.
With Amazon, especially if it's sitting at the factory, you don't know if it's hit or miss, but this is exactly what it said it was.
I ordered a shower curtain that was kind of like a little spooky. It had like dark purple flowers on it and some spiders, and so it was kind of like a little haunted house. Only then when it came, it had like a full-on skeleton and a 3-foot skull on it that totally was not in the picture. It's like they decided to jazz up the design a bit. So I'm like, not for me.
Have you ever like been blatantly misled on Amazon? I've only once, only no twice.
One time I ordered some cold, like from Zarbee's. It was like a honey and vitamin C kind of cold drink. And the company quit making it. And so I ordered some from a third party seller. And it was supposed to be 3 boxes of it for like $35. And only 1 box came. And the guy was trying to tell me, oh no, the listing is wrong. And I'm like, not my problem. But Amazon ended up giving me a refund.
That is one thing. Even without Prime or whatever, they have been pretty good to me. As much as I whine and complain.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good return policy, fix the problem policy.
The mat, like, here, I'll shame myself again. Is it stuck because of the coffee? Yeah. So I ordered this thinking it was a full-size mat. And keep in mind, it was like 4:30 in the morning. Look how tiny this is.
I mean, that's handy sometimes, but not if you thought you were getting one that was, 3x2.
I thought I was ordering one the size of my table and getting the deal of a lifetime. And apparently I'm really bad at European math.
Oh no.
Oh, you need to frame that tiny mat. No, I put it right here to shame myself. I use it as a mouse pad. It's a great mouse pad. I do have it right here to shame myself. But now, if I don't know anything, I just go to Google and convert it.
Well, just keep in mind that it's about 5 centimeters for 2 inches.
See, I know that now.
Oh.
I ordered all of this. I actually put it in a video. I shamed myself in a video when I ordered my black vest. Also, my black vest, I ordered it like as a double or triple XL, and it barely goes past my waist.
Oh no.
I like it, but it's not what I ordered. I really
no.
like it. It's perfect size for me because I have an odd torso, but I like things a bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I forgot about that too. I have been burnt on Amazon a couple times. But that's why I like, I'm tactile. So no, Joy, I paid a couple bucks for it and I thought I was getting just a deal of a lifetime. Because I'm like, oh, that's really affordable. It's affordable because it's a tiny mat. But it came with oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It was sold as a sewing accessory and it came with a rotary tool and a wooden fake X-Acto knife.
All right.
That's what I Well, the X-Acto knife was real, but everything else was wood, and I thought that was weird.
It was like a toy or something?
That came with a blade.
Oh, wait, okay. So it did have a real rotary cutter?
Yeah. I still have it. I broke it instantly because I have
Oh.
giant hands. And it was not well put together at all.
Mm-mm.
All right. So
I think
oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just checking to see. I think some people came on between when I first logged in and now logging in here. So I was just checking to say hello to people I missed. So let's see. I've got Pam and Joe and Commander and Skits, Butterfly, and Kilroy. Okay, I think I caught everybody. Hello, everyone. If I missed you, I apologize. We'll blame it on the headache.
Oh, man. This is next.
Oh,
I'm gonna iron. I'm gonna have to iron. I'm not gonna iron. I do not iron patches on, but I'm gonna have to iron this.
what?
I do not iron patches. It's a weird thing. It's the hardcore thing of people who sew on patches.
So what are you ironing then? I'm confused.
Oh no, it's just got a little wrinkle. I wear this all the time.
Oh, you're ironing the shirt.
Yeah.
I
like
see.
I love this thing. And like I always talk, I made the pocket extra huge, so I walk around the house, everything I forget is in this pocket.
Well, I like that. I like the striped fabric with the rainbow lights from the UFO. So Pam has informed me that I'm slow-mo again. I'm gonna log out and log back since that seems to fix the problem.
Hello
Yeah.
to anyone
Hello
lurking in
to
the
everyone in
balcony.
the balcony.
Yay. Oh man, I had to run around. Oh, here we go. That was a bunch of running around. It does look like a UFO mushroom. It does work.
I don't know why. I don't know why it has to get itself organized, but it seems to fix the problem.
That is the strangest thing. Do you know, still to this day, turning things off and turning them back on works.
Right.
It bothers me when someone says that, though. Like, if I'm having a problem with my phone and they're like, oh, just turn it off and turn it back on, I'm like, then why did I call you? Why are you involved in this conversation then? I feel like the phone should, you know, for all the technology we have, I feel like our phone should be like, hey, have you tried turning me off and then turning me back on? My phone reminds me, if I've gone out of my own routine, when I start heading south, my phone will literally say, hey, do you want a good route home? How do you know I'm going home? I'm just heading south. It's the strangest thing. It is. Aw. Absolutely. Oops. That volume's up.
Little bunny foo hopping through the forest. Skipping up the fields like popping on the head. Is anyone a lip reader? I'd be so out of luck if I went deaf. So I'm the worst lip reader. People will try to tell me stuff, and I'm like,
To be fair though, I half mumble. So reading my lips would be awful. And I grew up watching sports in the late 80s and in the early 90s. They would cut to the coach and you would see them. I can read lips. I can read lips with the best of them.
well, you know, some stuff is obvious. If someone's like, you know,
Yeah. I miss that. They don't cut to coaches anymore as much as they used to. Basketball was the biggest culprit because I was a Michael Jordan fan 100 years ago, so I watched every game I could, and you'd always see the coaches just losing their brains, and it made me really good at reading lips because I wanted to know what they were saying, and it was really basic. Oh, you're muted if you don't. Okay, good. Just making sure.
I've had a day. My mother was here, which was very nice. We've been having a rough time of it, but she didn't leave until 7, and then I had to go pick up my sandwich, and they forgot the vegetables in my sandwich, so now I have to reconstruct it.
You know what? On Sunday, my mom was kind of having a day. I totally know how that is. I took her out to eat. She drank a margarita and her day cheered right. She always tells me, she's like, I love going out to eat with you. Yeah, because I am the designated driver. That's why you like going out to eat with me. My mom came over and visited last night. That's awesome, Pam. I think it's important. Like, it's no secret. I constantly talk about my pops. It's because I spend a lot of time with him. You know, especially in his older age when he got even more hilarious.
Sometimes my mom will be here and she'll be like, don't tell them I was here. I don't want them to think I don't have a life.
I don't have one. I hang out with my mom all the time. Are you kidding me? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, especially like if I feel like, I take my mom with me in certain situations. If I feel I'm gonna be put in an argumentative situation, I'll just back up and let her handle it. She's good cop.
Oh yeah, my mom is bad cop.
I was gonna visit her on Sunday, but then my daughter was sick. There's definitely something going around. I'm under the weather. Like I said, I'm completely out of it, but I'm just propped up off of Sudafed and medication, you know. And the funny thing is, in all of the chaos yesterday, I started filming a video, and I feel better today than I did yesterday. I cannot sit still.
The worst is when you're kind of restless because you're feeling well enough to not want to just lay around, but you're feeling crummy that you can't actually do anything productive.
That's exactly what happened to me yesterday.
All right, I'm gonna hide my camera because I must eat something. No, but I'm here. I'm listening. I'll chime in. I'll read your comment.
I get such a good use out of this podium.
Oh, very nice.
And I use
Nothing
it for
like
everything.
a music stand.
What's that?
Nothing like a music stand.
I get it's great for holding up stuff while I'm sewing and sitting. It was made for sewing. Well, and music. Perfect.
My neighbors were getting rid of a music stand like that, and I snatched it up. It doesn't have the holes in it, though. It's just a flat one.
I completely got lucky with this. I found it when I was going through all my dad's stuff. I was like, he never showed me this. Not one time. I hammer on the B12 and C during this time of year, double the amount I usually take. That seems to protect me from a lot of that mystery stuff going around. I can tell when my lungs get extra filled because of my lung condition. I can tell. And even right now, I feel winded. Oh yeah. I had real brain fog yesterday. Like I walked into the middle bedroom and I was like, I legitimately don't know why I walked in here. That is so true, though. I know. It's funny you'd say that. I was chomping on all the oranges. I'm gonna go buy more tomorrow.
Zinc too.
I have all that stuff in here, and my mom once every 2 months gives me a bottle of Centrum and says I am unhealthy. So I have like 15 bottles of Centrum in my house. So I have multivitamins everywhere. I just located my hanging towel pattern I was looking for the other night. You still there, Waterne?
Yes.
You look like you're cheering. You're stuck like this. Cheers. Hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on. Cheers. Clink.
Dang it. I wasn't even cheering. I was just sitting here reading the comments, thinking about Pam's sick daughter. Well, I mean, I suppose I could try logging out and logging in again.
You're okay. Let's hang out for a second. I like the you look like you're toasting the stream.
Oh no.
Like you're
It's
gonna say
just iced
something
tea, I
really
swear.
important. What's that? Sorry.
It's just iced tea, I swear.
That was gonna be my next question, but I'm not that nosy. I try not to be. Because I would get annoyed if someone was as nosy as I am. What did I just do with that? I have to buy giant hand sewing needles because my hands are big.
Oh, okay.
So and I can use the smaller ones, but like, it's easier when I have giant ones.
Mm.
And it is right here. So this is literally, well, you really can't see it, but it's like double the size.
That seems so thick that it would be hard to get through the fabric.
Have you seen how look, this is all spatial perception because I'm sitting in front of a computer. My hands I'm all spare parts.
Well, I mean, I know, but they make long and fine needles? I would just think a finer needle would be easier, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's hard for you to pinch onto.
I think from all the craziness in my life, eventually one day I'm gonna have arthritis.
Do you ever use one of those curved needles?
Yes, but I don't like them.
Okay.
Depending, like when I reupholstered 2 or 3 chairs ago, I reupholstered a chair and I thought it was a genius because I used that thing and it went right through. But that's really the only practical use that I can see it being used for.
Okay.
Is sewing like a seam in place like that, like
Mm-hmm.
on these old chairs. I don't know, but I am inexperienced with something like that though, so that's just my inexperience showing.
I'm not an upholstery expert either. Pam has something to say.
If you want to read it, you can go ahead.
Oh, I kept my kids home from school on Monday and then to school on Tuesday. An hour later, had to pick daughter up. Then today, my 11-year-old was sick and 13-year-old, but 6 and 9-year-old went to school. Ooh, that's hard.
Exactly. There's definitely something going around, and because I have a proximity to, and I'm not saying that kids get sick all the time, but they're really good carriers.
And they're around a lot of people too. So
Exactly. And even at my job, we've really cut down exposure because the plague has just come flying back in my area. So we're extra cautious nowadays. Oh my gosh, I can hear it in my voice. Like, I'm a naturally energetic person. You're gonna see in my video. I was gonna release it today, but I think I'm gonna make a Friday sews because it's been a long time since I've made a Friday sews. So I might save it. It's just me whining about how I can't take a day off.
Okay.
But like I attempted to take a day off, but then I legitimately was like, let's bust out the video camera. I wore my furry coats. I was posing in front of my house. So all my neighbors, so I could really confuse all the security camera.
There's a giant bird in front of the house. What's going on?
Well, I have an actual real CCTV system going on. So my camera can pick up lights that go on even during the day. And so my camera can see all the motion sensors going off when I walk in front of my house. And when I'm looking like Big Bird's cousin, the red cardinal. I'm sure they're like, oh, that man has lost his brains. I'm setting those rings off. My Friday sews videos are of what happened during the week and what I sewed. I feel like I need to start doing that more because people are watching my shorts, but I have a lot more to say.
Yeah. Well,
and sorry, go ahead.
I'm just agreeing with you.
Isaiah was schooling me up on the game. Like he was the one who told me that my transitions were cringy because I was doing swipes for all my transitions, and he's like, "That's like 95 power. That's a 95 Windows presentation." And I was like, "I was there in 95. You were not, but it kind of is." And he told me that people like I'm making a lot of shorts, and he's like, people are subscribing to your channel because they think you're going to make a bunch of shorts. And he's kind of right. Because people will subscribe and unsubscribe, and they're like, "Oh, I thought this was a shorts channel," but it's not.
Well, you can
I'm an
always do
everything.
both.
Exactly. I'm an equal opportunity filmer.
Yeah.
But I didn't know any of these things because I'm semi out of touch, you know. I'm not up on the game like the kids are. I literally have to ask my son what's hip and what's modern.
Well, but are you trying to
sorry.
attract the kids? Or are you trying to
No.
attract oldies like us?
In no way, everything I mark is for adults. My videos, everything. If you're on kids' YouTube, you could not watch Godless Sewing. You can grow up and come and hang out, but no, not one of my videos is geared towards kids.
Pam says, tell your son to help you with your transitions then.
He did. No, he did. It was more or less just do the blind transitions instead of the swipes. I was using the programs that are in my computer because I was like, oh, that's cool. It turns into a star. Like I was literally doing the star swipe from The Simpsons.
I sent you a link to LumaFusion. I really like that one. Although, you know, your son has not critiqued my transitions, so who knows? Maybe they're terrible.
You know, they're critical in a different direction. I'm more critical because of the content and less of the presentation.
Yeah.
There's sewing machine people I watch where it's just a workbench and they're talking about their sewing machine and they get thousands of subscribers. And you don't even see their face, you know? Oh, this is perfect. I love that patch shop that I found in downtown Los Angeles.
It's right up your alley, but
But I feel like I like the one that I got this patch at, I'm not gonna go into next week. I might buy some more flowers, but I need to calm down on my patch buying. But on the I think there's only 2 more to purchase, and I need to get the BMW, and I think the other one is I have plans for these.
You could make some really fancy placemats with those.
I would be really mad if someone spilled their tomato soup on my sequin placemats, though.
You could put some something clear over top of it. Although that would cut down on the sparkle factor.
Yeah, exactly. I have a couple of videos marked for kids. Basically, I'm reading books to my kids and decided to record. Oh, that's awesome.
That's nice.
Did you end up thrifting this week? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right.
I was just going to say I did end up thrifting, but I didn't find anything that really got, blew wind up my kilt,
Am I still frozen?
Kind of. How's it going?
Hey.
New setup. I'm just wondering if the mouth is actually moving right.
It is. It is.
Halloween, I made this model to troll Elon because I'm doing videos on debunking and making fun of Russian trolls. And I speculate the reason why he is a miserable putz is because he is a closeted furry. That's why I made this model.
Let your eagle out, as I say. Let your eagle out.
If he had let his eagle out, he wouldn't be such a miserable putz suckling at Vladimir Putin's dick.
I actually didn't go thrifting today. I haven't been since Sunday. I just didn't find anything in my local area that was worth like, I don't know. And my new thing is I have to tell myself while thrifting, I need to stop buying VHSs. Unless I haven't seen the movie, I no longer should purchase VHSs.
True. It's one thing to have a VCR for the ones that aren't being put onto DVD, but to get new ones, and seeing as how they age and stuff.
Well, there's a couple, like there was this one Charlie Sheen movie I hadn't seen. It was the one where he's like a radio operator and he finds aliens. I can't remember the name of it now, but I watched it and I was like, this is a decent movie.
I don't think I ever saw that one.
That's what I was saying. I found it and I was like, I've never seen this. Oh, I can't remember that. I'm going to look it up in a second.
Yeah, they wear out.
Commander, do you have DVDs or anything like that? Are you a collector at all?
I have boxes of DVDs and no DVD player.
Yeah, that's how
Well,
I use it.
actually, my DVD player is just connected to the computer, and I have limited USB ports, and usually I'm not using it.
I'm so weird. In my world, VHS tapes are still relevant, so I still go. At the thrift store, I'm like in the VHS section for like a half an hour.
Oh, I have an entire pod that I have not even moved to New York yet. And that pod contains boxes and boxes and boxes of VHS tapes that aren't mine. Actually, they belong to my brother, but probably some of them, especially the older ones from the childhood, I probably would mind watching some of those older movies.
I'm the same way. I love those older movies. Have a great night, Butterfly.
Bye, Butterfly.
There are some movies though that like I have a bunch of like Abbott and Costello on VHS. Those didn't age well. I have a bunch and I'm like looking up like a crazy person because they're literally above my head in a giant Walmart tub. But I have a huge collection of VHSs.
And the magnetic strips on those probably wear out at some point. Remember that episode of Star Trek, The Ship in the Bottle? With Picard, and they come across the rack and they use magnetic storage. So the magnetic storage device that they were using basically died, and Picard has to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Oh, those were great episodes. And the funny thing is now your picture is perfect, Waterday.
I think I was a little bit overheated, but I thought I should let it cool and try reloading.
If my audio is crackling, it will probably be because of the thing that I'm using is putting a drain on my CPU.
Oh, you sound good.
Well, it's hard work being hot like that.
It took about 10 hours to render this. I'm basically switching between two renders, just using the audio.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's kind of like what Dick Dawson and DK did with the shark renders I did for Operator Sharksky. But only I took it to the next level where I didn't use a GIF. I wouldn't use a GIF. I would use the full-blown 1080p because I'm not trying to host an entire show on one computer. In fact, when I do my streams, I have two.
Hey, Sydney, how are you?
Hi, Sydney. How you doing?
I need to go back to streaming with two computers, but people started joining me, so I no longer had to like I did that just in case I dropped out. But StreamYards now, if you drop out, they'll let the stream continue until you come back in.
Oh, that's good.
Well, I use the two computers for, well,
Yay.
performance reasons, and also because it's just fucking easier to have one computer that you're talking into and another computer that you're using to run the stream and present the info.
Seems sensible.
Hold on 1 second. I have to warn my son that he is screaming so loud that I can hear him. Hold on. My
And I
tolerance is
figured that
low because I'm
and I
sick. My
figured that
tolerance is low.
I figured that something like this, if Elon ever saw it, he'd blow his lid. In fact, I have an AI generated half Elon, half cat image where it has one eye with a pirate patch. And I'm going to use that and say, and we got this image from our intelligence, which means that Elon's motivations are, well, he's a fucking Nazi, or he wants Vladimir Putin to bail him out because the Saudis collect their debts with bone saws, or he's a closeted furry. But that guy put up an image of Zelensky of a famous meme, right? Where some kid is trying to hold in a fart and he's like, and this is what Zelensky is like, trying not to ask for money to save his country for 5 minutes. And then you realize the United States, right? George Washington, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and that lot bankrupted France, to help get our troops that which they needed to kick the British out. So, what a hypocrite. And thinking of Elon Musk, he's asked the government for billions of dollars to make all his ventures, which were not commercially viable to start with, viable. Like Starlink, that's still not commercially viable. And he took $1 billion from the taxpayer, and now he's like whining that the Ukrainians want to be able to keep their country and not be murdered.
What would you do with $1 billion? Like a cool bill. What would you do with it?
I'd become
Well,
a
I'd
philanthropist.
I'd probably just get myself set up with about 10 million for life and then do good with the rest. Because I could live on 10 million for the rest of my life very comfortably.
What would you consider doing? What would be appeal to you for doing good?
Well, expand education for one. Like if I won $1 billion lottery right now at this present time, I would basically probably give half of it to buying weapons to destroy Russians. But governments are already doing that, so maybe something a bit else. But
Hi, Happy
probably
Maker. How
put a
are
lot
you?
of people through college.
Sorry. Hi, Happy Maker. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hello,
It-
Happy.
If I had $1
Hello,
billion,
Happy.
I would start a sewing school and I would make Louis the 16th clothes all day long. And I would start dressing. I would start dressing like it's the 16th century.
All
That would be
that
a sight.
stuff was absolutely 100% decadent beyond belief. I mean, Louis the 15th, right? He made the Saudi royalty look modest.
Do you know what's really funny, Happy Maker? I haven't even looked at my ticket either. I didn't win last time, so I'm like, oh, gotta go to work tomorrow. That is my line. Every time I buy a lottery ticket, I've been buying the lottery for a while. Every time I don't win, I'm like, well, gotta go to work tomorrow.
I didn't know there was a big jackpot right now.
Oh, they have commercials on TV for it.
Wow.
Oh yeah, they've been doing that for years now. Though, if it like when it was almost a billion, that commercial was like, "Hey, are you crazy? Why have you not bought a lottery ticket yet?" Because the commercial was, "Could you imagine what you could do with almost a billion?" And I'm like, "Well, the taxes on a on a million is a million, so I can only imagine what the taxes on a billion would be." I don't look so I can dream longer. Exactly. Exactly. I've been playing the lottery for a long time though, but I want to tell a really quick cautionary tale. I know somebody who used to work at a gas station and he had a scratcher habit. And he thought that he would be a genius and scratch a whole roll and have enough money to pay back the roll.
Oh no.
He did not. And he had to pay back like $200 or $300 because a roll, they make a ton of money off of those rolls, even if they're $2 tickets. He did not have enough money to pay back.
Oh dear.
So play those games at your own risk, as they say.
I remember there was a lady who mortgaged her house to buy, I can't remember what the lottery was, but she bought, a couple $100,000 of lottery tickets, and she did not win.
Oh, that's so painful.
Mm-hmm.
That is so painful. I do not have faith in the system like that. I would never put that much money in. Honestly though, I used to gamble up until COVID hit. And it's kind of the same thing. So I'm not shaming anybody that uses scratchers. I had an extensive gambling habit until COVID hit.
I mean, it's one thing if you're using disposable income. It's another if you're mortgaging your house or
True.
spending your whole paycheck or yeah.
Oh, I had a cousin who was absolutely livid because he had it was his son's daughter, right? She's like, "Can I borrow $500?" And she wound up gambling it on lottery tickets and winning about 10,000. But he was livid the fact that, "Oh, can I borrow money?" And then she basically buys lottery tickets, scratch offs.
But she won though. See, I'm all about results. If you won, I wouldn't say a word. Do you know I didn't know they didn't have the lottery in Utah?
It doesn't surprise me.
I've been there so
because
many
of the Mormons.
Dumb. But I've been to Utah and everybody was telling me they wouldn't have caffeinated soda, and in southern Utah they did. Because I'm a Pepsi person. Sorry, go ahead.
Those Mormons are actually just caffeine freaks. They don't say it, but I'm pretty sure they drink caffeine.
No. Like the people that are hardcore. Come on.
When I was visiting, I went to a Jewish funeral.
Uh-huh.
Do you know how many people after we basically put the stones on top of the graves? Well, it was actually the tombstone unveiling. There were 2 people out of 20 who didn't eat pig at the Golden Corral. Me and a friend. So I'm just assuming that, behind the scenes, almost every group is like that.
No, I agree with you to that extent, but I grew up, it's 50-50. Like the people that, like I grew up hardcore Roman Catholic. I didn't drink soda until I was 25. And I grew up Roman Catholic. It was a choice because it was never presented to me, so I never developed the taste for it. Now I can't put the stuff down. Because people who know me now, they're like, what? You didn't drink it until you were 25? But it wasn't presented in my house, so I didn't touch it. I grew up in a Mormon town. I knew people that were extremely devout. I have a good friend who has almost enough to have both sides of a football team. Literally, we're the same age, and he has 13 children. I have one. I can barely hang.
How the fuck does anyone survive having 13 children?
Not everyone drinks
Either
caffeine. Hot cocoa is popular though. See, I imagine that. I'm obsessed with hot. See, that's another thing. That's why I kind of laugh because in a lot of ways, I didn't grow up like a Mormon, but I love hot cocoa. I'll drink it any day of the week. I have some in my house right now. I'm probably gonna drink it after this. Just a mention of it. It's all about how you were raised, you know. I know people that do not have never touched pork ever in their entire life.
well,
know?
I do too.
I literally had bacon for breakfast.
My
Tis
mom and her
absolutely your right to do so.
What were you gonna say, Waternay?
my mom and her friend were driving through Utah, and my mom's friend went to buy a Coke at the convenience store, and the sales clerk was very careful to let them know that, just make sure they knew that there was caffeine in that. I guess because they looked like nice Mormons or something. I don't know, but
To be fair, people in Utah were nice to me too. They were super friendly. Not all, but most.
Pam says my mom is a survivor of having 13 of us. Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My I always tell the story. My grandma, I don't know if she was the 13th or the 14th, but she had 13 sisters and one brother, and she was the youngest.
Wow.
Yeah, that's an army, an absolute army. You have 12 siblings. I have 8. I have 8 siblings.
My grandmother had 5 kids, and she would have had more if she could. She loved babies.
My husband's mom had 12 children. Do you think that's like old school, like because everybody else was having a bunch of kids, people just did it, or was it like more economically viable to have more kids?
I mean, I think there are a lot of reasons. For some people, it's a religious thing where they don't believe in contraception. Some people, like my grandmother. I mean, my grandmother had 5 kids, and she fostered kids, and she just loved children. And then other people are just very relaxed with their prophylactic measures.
I grew up Catholic, so they were like, "What's that? That stuff doesn't exist. Have a bunch of babies." They were like, "Have kids." I was considered an old maid because Isaiah was born when I was almost 30.
Mm.
I was told to my face, like, "You're an old maid." Oh, Happy Maker grew up Catholic as well. So I tried, like, for as much as I harp on the Mormons, I grew up in a Mormon town in a weird way and reflected a lot of that stuff and didn't even realize it until I went out in the real world. People were like, "Do you drink Coke or Pepsi?" And I'm like, "I drink neither." I remember saying that to people and be like, "I don't drink that." And look at me now.
And now,
If you saw my fridge, you would laugh at me. I'm on this weird kick now. I have mug root beer in there because I can't find Bargs anywhere.
do you like Virgil's?
If I could find it anywhere close to me.
Mm.
It's like most of it is just a thing of convenience because I go to Smart and Final or Safeway, aka I say Safeway because it's Vaughn's here, but everywhere else it's Safeway, you know.
Oh, okay. I've been shopping at Trader Joe's so long, I don't know the current state of grocery store acquisitions.
Well,
Grocery store acquisitions are getting expensive, but the rate at which they're getting expensive, at least where I am, is slowly coming to a stop.
not here. Food is outrageous. I noticed because I am really big on numbers, and the food is just shrinkflation is real, and the prices are going up, and they're shrinking
Mm.
things. And I will not bore you with my muffin talk.
What are you paying for gas in California right now? About
Hold on. I took a
$5-6.
6:30. Hold on. It was 6. I took a picture the other day just to be like, I want to remember this forever.
Last time I bought gas, it was $6.69.
Oh, it's cheaper.
Oh, it should have been like 666, and then that would have been just perfect.
My it's as of, let's see, a couple of days ago it was 6.59. So I'm it's a couple of cents cheaper. That's just awful. That is highway robbery literally next to the highway.
It really is. It really is.
My 2 oldest kids are also finished having babies. My husband's parents were Catholic. I grew up atheist. Oh, okay. I grew up hardcore Roman Catholic, and I'm now an atheist. But it wasn't anything like, I don't know. It was more of the second I walked away from the church, I just kind of lived my life. It wasn't even a big like transition or anything. It was just like, oh, okay, let's live a different way. I went to church every day for 18 years, you know. Every Sunday, I should say, like, whether, you know, they'd wheel me in there if I was sick, you know.
Oh, goodness. Are your kids religious, Pam? I can't remember. Some of them I think you said were, but I can't remember if some, no, you said some were not, but I don't remember if you said some were.
I forgot about. Oh, Commander, if you want to get this protein bar, okay? Isaiah bought a bunch of, he does compulsive things where he's like, I want that. And I'm like, you know what? Only kid, you can have it. But these protein bars were $25 for like 10. I thought they were outrageously priced.
What's the sweetener?
$25 for 10 of them, so that's like $2.50.
Yeah.
But chocolate was cheaper, and now it's jumped up $15. The same bag that was 10 is now 25.
Good gracious.
I'm a chocoholic. And you know what? This Halloween, Walmart has consistent prices, so I'll be going to Walmart. But like, no, we're done being religious. That's beautiful. That's awesome. That's awesome, Pam. That's why every year the candy prices go up, and I'm like, man, I hope these kids show up. If not, I'm gonna lose my teeth eating all of these.
Oh God. One of the reasons why I had no idea chocolate went up is I've been trying not to eat it.
I'm a bit obsessed with chocolate. It's a love of mine. And back to my muffins that I swore I wasn't going to go off about. I used to buy these muffins that were this big. They were the size of my coffee plate, and they're the same price, and they've shrunk. And Waternay is tired of hearing me cry about them.
Oh my goodness! I said no such thing.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time, but I'm mad about my blueberry muffins. You know, shrinkflation is real. Oh, this is gonna look so great when I sew this on. I wear this thing this is my comfort clothes. I wear it everywhere.
I really like that patch on there.
Well, the second I saw it, it made me think of this. I was going like I was going for the whole Joseph and the Technicolor thing, but it all started from this quilt book I bought. And it just, you know, when you buy a quilt, like I bought a quilt book and I'm like, oh, I want to make a quilt. But really, I was falling in love with certain patterns. And it was this color. And then I found this. I was actually going to recreate this. And then I found it at Hobby Lobby. And it's literally this was called like the Joseph print or something, you know, because it's Hobby Lobby.
I was going to say, how appropriate for Hobby Lobby. Pam
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Pam says chocolate is delicious. I have to agree.
I'm a chocoholic. That's another thing I really didn't grow up eating except for on Halloween and whenever I buy it myself. But like, I'm a
Well,
chocoholic.
chocolate is good, and my favorite is Milky Way,
Oh, I am obsessed
followed
with.
by Three Musketeers.
When I was in my 20s, I had this weird thing where I would go to the store and get those giant Mr. Good bars. I was obsessed with Mr. Good bar.
Well, that's a classic.
I still eat them. I still eat those things. Oh, this is going to be awesome. This is going to look great when I'm rollerblading and people look at me like, why is that man so happy and why is he wearing bright colors?
One of the things I've always wondered is why, when I go through like OBS and do a recording, is the audio just ever so slightly different than on a live stream? Like
You
I'm
know-
losing something.
Same thing happens with my camera angles. On both of my camera angles, they are completely different when I look at them on my computer as to when I look at them in StreamYards. StreamYards cuts my camera in half because my CCT camera, when it's just my computer, you can see this entire room. And I have to back up when I'm doing it on StreamYards.
So StreamYards is basically fucking up the audio and making it a bit more gravelly than it should.
They have different filters. I've noticed that for everything. Because even when I stream with other people and they have different streaming services, my camera angles are different. I saw some striped fabric at Walmart yesterday, but I resisted getting more fabric. That reminds me, I want to add a hood to something, and I'm like, should I use scraps or should I go buy more fabric for it? Milky Way was my mom's favorite. Oh, absolutely. Mr. Good bars are one of my favorite. I'm obsessed with Mr. Good bars, Pam. Pam, are Mr. Good bars the ones with peanuts? Yes. Yes. Oh, you guys, I'm like craving chocolate all over again. Heath bars are awesome. Absolutely, Sydney. I'm hungry too all over again. You're right, Pam. I am going to use what I have. I need to look at my scraps because it's that Waverly pattern, so I'm sure I have more. I'm just like instant gratification nation over here. I am hungry too, Sydney. Use what you have. I'm going to go in. Sorry, go ahead.
What are you putting a hood on?
I will show you. It's my. Well, I was going for Lucy's coat, but it turned into Spock's smock. It's like a really long overcoat with no collar. And so it reminds me of what Spock was wearing in the Voyage Home. Which was that, the Voyage Home? Whichever one had the whales.
Yeah. I like that one.
Meat. Do you know that movie is a time capsule for 1980s San Francisco?
Yes, yes.
That movie, every time I watch it, I'm like, because
Nuclear vessels.
what? Nuclear vessels. I love that movie.
And I love it. The tractor beam is a rainbow.
Oh, I love that's such a good movie. I'm biased towards those movies because I was around when they were coming out. So I am biased towards all of those movies.
I saw that
And
in
it's
the theater.
weird, like
Oh.
it's weird because like Voyager had less calculating capacity than your average computer today, right? But yet Voyager basically came home with a giant base. Basically, Voyager became a threat to the Earth. How the fuck did that happen?
They adapted Borg technology. Janeway did everything that you wouldn't do if she was in the Alpha Quadrant, but because she was in the Delta.
No, I'm talking about the actual Voyager space probe that was sent out in the 70s. Somehow came back in one of the Star Trek movies and was a threat to the Earth.
Yeah, V'ger. They called itself V'ger because it was Voyager, and I kept on saying, "I'm V'ger, I'm V'ger." That was another good movie. Spock mind melded with it, even though it was the size of a planet. I'm a Star Trek geek. I absolutely love Star Trek. That was their first movie. And fun fact, all the uniforms and stuff were put away or destroyed. So in the first movie, all the uniforms are different.
Mm.
That's why they're all kind of yellow and that weird gray.
Just don't get caught wearing a red uniform. For God's sakes, don't wear a red uniform if you want to live.
I did buy some lace from Ladies Craft Stash that she listed on Marketplace. Marketplace is so dangerous for me. Pam, have you ever had Trader Joe's version of peanut butter cups? They are so good. Oh, Pam said she bought a bucket of peanut butter cups. I would go crazy. I can't have this stuff in my house.
The dark chocolate peanut butter cups from Trader Joe's are absolutely amazing.
Oh, now I'm hungry all over again. I'm going to have to try those. I haven't been to Trader Joe's in a while. There's a weird side of my town where it seems like where you live is closer than the other side of my town sometimes because there's so much traffic. My niece wants me to make her some lingerie for her job. Lots of lace. Lots of lace.
I'm actually going to have to get going because of work and everything, but it was nice dropping by.
It was great talking to you, Commander. Thank you so much for stopping by.
See you next time, Commander. Have a good night.
Till next time. Have a great night.
Bye.
I'll be in the chat.
Awesome. I have now I have the Star Trek theme song in my head. Oh, there's a new Oh, I was gonna ask Commander if they've ever seen, because in Picard they brought the guy back from the Voyage Home movie, the punk rocker guy. Did you catch that?
No, I missed that.
In season 2 of Picard, when Rafi and Seven are in Los Angeles, when they go back in time, I'm not giving anything away because everybody's heard. If you haven't seen Picard now, prepare yourself for spoilers.
About it.
Serious, but he's in LA and he's on the bus and he's playing this song. Instead of it saying "I hate you," the song says "I still hate you." And my nostalgia button just went off, you know. And like they did a whole interview with him, and like the woman, I believe she was in Voyage Home, or she's like a very famous actress, but she was the person who directed the episode, so it was like a reunion for both of them. Nice. Because they hadn't seen each other since the Voyage Home, and it was just an awesome moment. But 7 and 9 looked at him and she was like, "Will you turn that down?" He's like, yes, I will. Because he was so traumatized.
Remember that now.
Oh, it was awesome. She works at a gentleman's club. Sorry, I wish you could have. Oh, no worries, Commander. No worries. Fam, I hope they are gentlemen. Do you know what's funny? I have never been to a gentleman's club in the United States of America.
The funny thing is, I have.
see, and you're mad. You don't even like my semi-vulgar vest, but you've been to a strip club, and I have not.
I went to go see a band.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. All right.
GPS steered me wrong, though. I was walking up the boulevard trying to find, and I had to like stop in at all these places asking where this gentleman's club was.
Oh, I bet people were like,
Yeah, that was an adventure.
They probably looked at you and they're like, she's overdressed. she's really overdressed for that.
They did. They kept trying to get me to hang out with them at other places. I'm like, nope, I've got places to go. 'Cause
I made a vest for somebody at a leather bar, and they were like, "You should come and hang out with us." I'm like, "I'm good. School night. Sorry, I'm just here to drop this off." By the way, shout out to all of Silver Lake, California. You guys are awesome because you pay your bills. I like Silver Lake, California. No, generally, when I deal with people from that area, they, there's no like here, please make this. I make it and then pay me for it. There's no like mess or anything,
That's good.
The leather community appreciates good craftsmanship. So does my Joseph and the Technicolor alien community as well. Let me do my stop cam for a second.
That reminds me of that show People of Earth. Very funny.
I still have yet to see that.
Oh, it's so worth it. It only had 2 seasons and it really needed a third. But, the vagaries of the television
Totally.
renewing people. But very funny. It's one of those how to describe it? Kind of a little bit more in vibe oh dear, what was that show? Like The Office or Portlandia, or it's a little, or what was the one with the Best in Show?
Oh, I loved, and A Mighty Wind.
Yeah. It's got a little bit of that vibe to it.
You see, I had never seen A Mighty Wind, and I bought that on VHS. Oh, I love this thing.
I really liked Picard Commander, but some people didn't like it. They thought that Picard wasn't.
I liked it. I think unfortunately, because we have such say in the entertainment, people forget that in the 90s, when the shows during the summer would go on a hiatus, we were watching reruns all summer long.
That was what made what was the channel, like UPN or something, really take off, because they started doing new content in the summer when everyone else was doing reruns.
They were the first. The first. That's why there's certain shows that they're like, never forget Homeboys in Outer Space, Moesha, because all these shows were started like during the summer.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
My husband and I just watched the TV show Poker Face.
Yeah, I don't know Poker Face.
All right, let's see. I love this shirt. I wear this all the time. When I'm in my truck with my cowboy hat on, people look at me crazy when I'm wearing this. Never been a saint. I'm not a sinner. I've got a friend named Sewing. You see my patch?
Very nice.
I wear this all the time. And the pocket is just ginormous. I need to fix my lighting. I think one of my lights went out. But this pocket is huge.
You look like you're ready to go surfing.
This is loungewear. This is my total, like, I'm giving up for the day, but I'm trying with this because it's kind of fashionable. And I like triple reinforced the pocket so you could like really hang out in here.
Nice.
I love this thing. This is actually something that I wear. Like, I had to get this out of my car. That's why I keep on saying I have to iron it, because it's wrinkly.
I just had the idea that with a pocket that size, you could put, how with jeans you have like the little pocket for your watch or lipstick or whatever, and then the regular pocket. You could put a little inner pocket for small things that's without wrecking the line, so it's behind the large pocket in front.
I like that idea too. I throw so much stuff in here sometimes. I'm like, things get lost in here. There's people who actually know me by this because, I wear black and I wear vests with patches on it. Then I walk in one day wearing this and I'm like, hi, how's it going? I decided to wear color today. I'm not feeling well, so I'm doing all of the stuff I should have done a while ago.
I feel much better since I ate a sandwich.
That's what happened to me 2 days. There's something going around. It's just going around, and I'm just letting it run its course. Now I have another jacket I'm gonna sew. I bought that big gaudy patch from the patch shop, and I'm gonna do something about it. I call this coat my I can't quit you coat, but that's just because I've seen Brokeback Mountain too many times. But it doesn't have the fur lining on the neck because I think it's like High Sierra or like Mervin's brand or something. Yes, I'm gonna make some for my niece, maybe some for myself too. Awesome. Pam, you can make Pamerol's lingerie. I think you just invented something, Happy Maker.
The
I'm a
loungewear
capitalist.
version.
What's that?
The loungewear version.
Absolutely. I'm a capitalist, so I'm always like, oh, that's a new invention. I love this shirt. I love this. And where are they? I have in this room, to shame myself, I was going to make a hood for this, but it was a complete failure because it was too small. I'll show it to you. It's right here.
Kilroy says Pameray.
Ooh, I like that.
And Kilroy also said that back in the day, you had to just watch whatever was on. You didn't get to pick unless you had a VCR. Very true. I like Pameray.
Oh, here they are. I'm like looking for something that's right in front of my face. These are my failed hoods. This one was for my Santee Alley material. What I do is I make these giant hoods, but the neck isn't big enough. And it just doesn't look right being halfway around the neck,
Oh, yeah.
But these are gorgeous. And I'm going to repurpose them both for something else. And this one was literally meant for this.
Okay. So is that one where the neck isn't big enough?
Yes. And I was wearing it without the hood. So I was like, I like this. And this weekend I was watching the Colorado and USC game. Deion Sanders was rocking a sweatshirt with the giant pocket without the hood. And I was like, oh, I'm from the future. I am from the future. But anyone who wears sweatshirts all the time, I love the sweatshirt with the pocket without the hood.
Yeah. The hoodie always ends up feeling uncomfortable on me after a while.
Do you have like I have neck issues? I can't feel like anything's around my neck too tight.
Yeah. Same.
See, okay, good. So I thought I was crazy for that because some people wear. I have an extremely long neck, and so I like shirts that are more tight around my neck, but not necessarily on it. From spare parts. That is hilarious, Joy, by the way. I'm serious. You invented something. No, Gilroy, hoodies and t-shirts are too tight around my neck. That's why I make my own. Because they're made a certain way. And now when I put on, I sleep in a sweatshirt and it's called Big Belly Crew. My mother, amongst other people, were mortified at my sweatshirt. And so last year on Christmas, she bought me a fake fur sweatshirt just like it. but when I put it on, it feels so tight.
Oh,
It's an extra large, and I sleep with it, but it feels like I'm wearing a jumper, like a onesie or something. And my Big Belly Crew one is just huge.
do you have a thick neck, Kilroy, or is it personal preference, or both?
I believe Kilroy is tall.
Yeah, they've said they're tall.
I don't know if I'm watching Who's the Boss or what show was that? Or I could just hit the guide and see what show it is. No, it's Taxi. Who's the boss? Oh, I'm not that old. I'm watching Taxi. I'm like, oh, that's Tony Danza.
I often end up getting t-shirts and things that are a little bit lower because I don't like the feel of stuff squishing my neck. I have kind of a thick neck though too, especially now.
Some people love that feeling. I am not. Even with my turtlenecks, I like the loose turtleneck. My white one is perfect with the stretch, but it's on my neck just a little bit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even with hats, I can't wear a hat that's too tight because eventually it'll start like grinding on my head, you know.
Yeah.
All right, let me grab my other one, my I Can't Quit You jacket. I love this jacket, and it's got a ton of fake fur inside.
Cozy.
I had a complete Knights Templar outfit, but then I outgrew it, so I made a giant patch on the back. I had the complete Knights Templar smock and everything, but I outgrew it. What's that?
Is it fake fur or is it like a wool fleece inside?
Wool fleecing.
I mean, like, is it actual wool or is it faux wool?
It's faux wool. And this is a Gary Palin. I will buy any kind of denim. I'm probably wearing someone's mom's old jacket. I love denim. Which goes back to that conversation of like I have a few denim shirts that I know for a fact that are women's shirt. I've worn them on stream and no one has ever said like your buttons are on the wrong side. Because no one notices.
I saw a video by a gentleman who does what's his name? Cruise, Cruize. What's his first name? I'll look it up. But he's a bespoke tailor and he was making custom denim jeans. They were really nice, but apparently he charges 950 euros for his handmade jeans.
Is it Cornelius Corning?
No, I do like his channel though. I
Me
like
too.
Cornelius Quarry. This was I'll look it up and I'll post it in the chat. This was Cruise somebody or other.
You know what, Joy? I haven't had to worry about my hair. The last time I had to worry about hair is there was a 19 in front of the year. It's been a long time since I've had hair. Long time. Wow, it's been I've been I started balding at 17.
Wow.
So I've been rocking the short hair and then I started shaving my head. I accepted it at like 20. I was like, I'm bald. I'm just bald. I miss my hair. That's why I pull out my high school picture with my fro to remind myself that I had hair once. Oh, it's really funny. I was talking to my mom about that because it comes from her side. And she was like, I'm sorry. I was like, there's nothing we can do about it. I recently had that conversation because she asked me, she was like, do you miss your hair? And I told her a real answer. I was like, do I have options? Like, wait a minute. And I told you I watched that Rogaine thing where the guy literally, it was just he spray painted a fro on his head. That's back when I used to always work with my brother VX. I think it's 809, my old VX 809. And I was sitting in that corner and I sat there and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch this whole infomercial. It's gotta be informative. Then they get to the point and I'm like, please don't be spray paint. And they were like, psh. And I'm like, I just wasted 45 minutes of my life to watch this man spray paint a fro on his head.
Oh.
It's not even plugs. It's a weird chemical that turns into a fro.
That's weird. I'm not
wasted-
believing that.
It's either Rogaine or Hair Club for Men, one of them.
So I have a correction. It's not C, it's K. The gentleman's name is Paul Cruz, Kruize, and I'll post a link in the chat.
Awesome. I need to get some white thread.
Yeah, I think that the spray on things, I don't feel like they actually fool anyone.
So I come from a long line of people that fought aging, and I just accept it for what it is. My grandfather, I loved that man. He had a toupee. My grandmother, she was my favorite. She got a facelift before I was born. You know, I just accept it for what
There's a line in there. I mean, there's fighting aging, and then there's denial.
Absolutely. I was in the glory days when everybody says it's a big deal. My grandfather stopped wearing his toupee. I only remember him with the friar tuck, really.
Ah.
Like, he always had that friar tuck, but one day he decided to take his toupee out. Oh. And you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's people that probably still rock toupees and stuff, you know. Godless doesn't use spray on hair. He just takes the Brazilian wax and buffs the dome. Why? You know why? I'll tell you why. It's so shiny, because I haven't had hair in 20-something years. That's really what it is. I've been shaving for so long that it's just a smooth surface now.
Do you put sunscreen on your head so you don't get that scaly bald head look?
Yes, and I have a skincare regimen that I should legitimately put on YouTube. I don't play when it comes to washing my face and my scalp, but I haven't had hair in. Let's be real, like I've been shaving my head since 1999. So, you know, my head's pretty weathered and leathered at this point, you know. When I was younger, there was a movie of these kids that helped create a hair growth formula with peanut butter, but can't remember the name of the show. Would love to watch it again at some point.
That sounds familiar, but
Totally.
I think like I just heard someone else talk about it. I never saw it myself.
I recently started watching Out of This World again, and it was nostalgia on steroids.
Wow.
Would you like to sing on a star? I could sing the theme song. I've been watching it recently. But it brought me back to when I was a grommet and I would watch it. I loved that show. Do you remember that show?
Yes.
Oh, this
Vaguely.
got tangled. I'm going to have to cut it out. I don't have time to mess around with you today, Thread. But because of YouTube and my weird memory, I was like, I wonder if that show is on YouTube. And it is.
Nice.
I loved that show. See, Sydney and I were watching it. What got me going was I've been talking about Saved by the Bell, and then I watched that dedication they did to Screech. It legitimately made me cry, because regardless of what he turned into, his friends remembered him and honored him. And that's a big deal to me, because they're famous, especially Zach Morris. Zach Morris was an NYPD Blue. whatever that spin-off for Blackish, like, he's been in everything. So it was and so it got me thinking of all the shows I used to watch in that era. And Out of This World was pre-Saved by the Bell.
Mm.
On Hulu, I just finished watching a series called Endlings. Was a pretty good show.
Mm.
I always need something new to watch.
When you changed camera angles, I saw that you're using your Ward signature to sew on today. I missed that part.
I'm going out of my way to bring these machines back to life and keep them maintained.
Mhm.
And the Ward's signature is a poor man's industrial machine because it's so hardcore.
Yeah.
And so the more I use it, the more it's throwing down a consistent stitch because it's like, oh, you're actually using me. Let me work. Let me work. And so the more I'm using it, the more it's just getting better and better. Sydney, I still watch Alf. Alf has a I think one of the originals has a YouTube channel because they have the rights to it, and they have full episodes of Alf on YouTube.
Nice.
It's literally the Alf channel. And it's the licensed one, so don't copy it because they'll copyright strike you. Oh, now I have that song stuck in my head. Would you like to sing on a star?
Every moonbeam's home in a jar.
So I have a crazy question for you. And this one's from outer space. So in England, they're trying to introduce these things called 15-minute cities. Where in theory, they're basically trying to say everything that you need should be within 15 feet. 15 miles or whatever.
Yeah, within 15 minutes, whether you're walking or biking or taking public transportation or...
Some people are protesting that. As a Los Angelino, I really don't think about it, but I get in my car and go way more than 15 minutes,
The thing is, people are misunderstanding the concept. The 15-minute city, it's not like you're being walled off and you're not allowed to leave. The idea is that everything you need should be accessible so that unless you want to, you don't have to. You're not forced to get in your car. You're not forced to have a long commute to work, etc. And so, like, a lot of the cities that people actually like to go to and travel to and visit are all like 15-minute cities, especially some of the ones like what is it, Amsterdam, and then there's another one with a very Dutch name that I'm not remembering.
I've been there, and within 15 minutes someone handed me mushrooms. Does that count?
Well,
I got off the train. They were like, oh, American here.
But yeah, people are protesting for the wrong reasons. Like, it's not like you're stuffed in a district and you put a little, like, identifier on your coat or something and you're not allowed to leave. It's meant to be a benefit to people so that you can conveniently do your grocery shopping.
Okay, but right now they have a really scary government of Suella Braverman, Rishi Sunak, and the very people who look like you and me trying to kick out people who look like you and me, So when they say something like that, you have to be weary. And there's a lot of people that are like, this 15-minute city thing scares me because of the people that it's coming from.
That's unfortunate because it really is a good thing. And it's not just the UK that has this concept.
I was thinking about it. Okay. In my neighborhood, within walking distance, there's an elementary school, grocery store, 99-cent store, donut shop, pizza place. In 2 different ways, I can go up the hill, which takes 5 minutes, or I can go down the hill that takes 4 and get pizza. you know. So
Mhm.
I guess I live in a 15-minute city or 15-mile city.
It's called a 15-minute city because you should, in theory, be able to get where you need to go in 15 minutes, and preferably without having to get in a car.
Okay. See, it's different here because we drive for everything, you
But
know.
that's kind of their point, because Los Angeles used to have an extensive, trolley system and whatnot, and they took all that out for the cars, but there's still a lot of that infrastructure is still there. And so the whole like single person in a car, it's it's just not sustainable. We have too many people. And so having the whole like the urban sprawl and whatnot, it's really just not functional. And so it's like, okay, well, do we face that, or do we just seem to act like we can put another lane on the road and that's going to fix everything, which all the studies show it does not actually work.
To my
So,
American friends, Waternay and I are insomniacs, and we both watch the BBC. So speaking for myself, I know more about what's going on in the UK right now than what's going on in my own country because I do not sleep at night and I watch their news.
well, I haven't watched their news in a while. I've been kind of avoiding the news, but I do read a lot of articles, and I watch a lot of urbanism videos.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like we need public transportation, and it needs to be like not something that is separated where only people of a certain socioeconomic status are the ones taking public transportation. It needs to just be the transportation, and it needs to be reliable and 24 hours a day and safe and secure, and it just needs to be how people get where they're going. And sure, there are exceptions for deliveries and people who perhaps have a mobility issue or something like that, but the way we're doing it now.
I can't
And
believe I'm about to say this, but you want us to be like Reno, Nevada. Reno, Nevada is the only place I've ever been to that has the most reliable transportation system I've ever seen. When they say their bus is going to be there, it's there a minute early, waiting for you.
and it's hard too because we have so much urban sprawl, and I'm not
Mhm.
saying that we need to be dense like that planet from
Star Wars.
Star Wars or what have you, but like there are attractive ways to do denser housing, and also we need to change our zoning. I mean, sure, you don't want the cattle farm in the middle of the city, but we could have more restaurants and shopping and things like that, so that you are not forced to go somewhere just to pick up some supplies, which a lot of people live in food deserts,
Yeah.
and that's hard if people are poor, or if they're working like extra long hours and things, and then it just makes like regular errands longer and more
But even on
more
a
car
train,
trips.
just to get this patch, it wouldn't take. It would take more than 15 minutes, because I live further than 15 minutes from downtown. They do not have this kind of stuff or even the infrastructure for the fabric in my town like they do downtown. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I mean, that's fine if you want to go somewhere because they have a certain whatever at the place that you want to go to. I mean, it's like, oh, that made no sense. If they have a certain thing like the patch shop
Yeah.
downtown and you want to go there, that's fine. There's nothing to stop you in a 15-minute city. The point is that for your regular everyday needs, you shouldn't have to get in your car, and you shouldn't have to go somewhere far away, and it shouldn't take you a long time to do your errands, and it shouldn't be an inconvenience.
But me and that guy from Chiswick are scared of everything. 15-minute city sounds scary.
Well, when you look at current examples, like there's I watch Not Just Bikes, and he talks a lot about um the Riverside district in Toronto, and the streets are smaller, and it didn't have the same zoning that now it could never be built. But when it was built, it was allowed to have little restaurants and convenience stores and grocery stores. And, back in the day, there were public transportation stops and buses and things. And it's a highly, highly desirable neighborhood because it's so convenient. Or, cities like Amsterdam, where you can get your drugs the minute you pop off the train. And then also, oh dear, what was the name of that other one? I can't remember. But yeah, it's more about being more sensible with the zoning and having extensive public transportation.
But even in like LA has a giant infrastructure of transportation, but it's semi unreliable.
Well, frankly, LA public transportation is terrible.
I was trying to be nice. I was trying. But I'll tell you, as somebody, 20 years ago, when I lived in the heart of LA, I took the bus every day. As an adult, I drive into LA because I know the bus is just terrible. It was terrible back then, so I can only imagine now,
Yeah, it's not frequent enough. It cuts off at a certain time. It doesn't go where you need it to go. And we don't have enough bus lanes and things for it, so it's just sitting in traffic. So you might as well sit in traffic in the comfort of your car.
But in the North Hollywood area, the buses now have bus lanes. They built them in the middle of the road in most of North Hollywood.
They're trying. The trouble is, if we don't fully commit to it, then it ends up neither here nor there. Cars are inconvenienced, buses are inconvenienced. It's okay. Here's another way to look at it. Electric cars.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be able to charge the car. And so a lot of people were reluctant to get an electric car because they couldn't get on any long distance drives, or there were places where there wouldn't be a charger, and you couldn't make it from here to there because there was no charger in the middle. And so it wasn't until we had extensive charging networks, and then they figured out the business with the plugs, and now they're going to use the Tesla one and this and that and the other, where people are finally saying, oh, okay, well maybe electric cars will work. And this is nothing to do with how one may or may not feel about an electric car and the batteries and whatnot. But it's the principle that if the car couldn't get you where you needed to go, if you couldn't charge your car and charging stations were down and they were broken, no one's going to want to get on board and will never switch over to electric cars.
Well, if they gave me if it hurts. If I was able to get that new Rolls Royce that I saw, that electric Rolls Royce is unreal. But I was thinking about the same thing. They said it has a 286-mile charge. Alexa, how far is it from Los Angeles, California to Las Vegas, Nevada?
From Los Angeles, Las Vegas is 270.3 miles away by car.
Okay, so theoretically you could get there on one charge.
In theory.
Hey, Mark, I was wondering where you were. I was worried. I'm not. Have a great night. Thank you so much for coming by, Happy Maker. Thank you so much.
Bye, Happy. Sorry if we missed your message earlier. I was yammering so much about public transportation, my whole screen went blank.
Thank you so much for coming by, Happy Maker. Hey, Mark, it's great to see you. I was worried. How you doing? I was talking about you last night to Waternay. I like what Toyota is doing. Instead of going all in on electric, they're producing battery electrics, plug-in hybrids, and regular hybrids. You can quote me on this. I'm saying it on the permanent record. Toyota is awesome because they make robots They make all kinds of cool stuff. I read Scientific American, and so they have an ad every month, and they show all the cool stuff that they make. Toyota goes off. Yay! Hi, Mark. How are you? How are you? Can you hear my crickets?
I put the fan on, so
Me too. I have a fan in here too. Yay, Mark. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you said something. I was thinking about you the whole time. I just didn't want to say anything. Oh, this patch is gonna look great. See, in a 15-minute city, I wouldn't be able to go get my gaudy patch.
what?
I'm
Oh
kidding.
my
I'm-
word! You can totally go and get your gaudy patch, and there'll be less traffic because everyone else will be doing their errands on public transportation.
Oh my gosh! First off, I was so proud of LA during the first lockdown because people stayed in their home. I would get the dispensary is about 30 miles from my house. I would get there in like 15-20 minutes, less. And on an average day, it takes me about a half an hour, almost 45 with traffic sometimes, Doesn't feel like it. It feels close because I'm a driver. But during the lockdown, there was no one on the freeway. It reminded me of the 94 earthquake. Because people were scared to drive.
Mm.
And I live by the north side where the freeway fell. So nobody was coming for a while.
Yeah, a lot of places in that area, they were kind of, they weren't the older buildings that were fully solid, and they also weren't some of the newer ones that had a lot of the earthquake infrastructure.
Exactly.
And they were just old enough where they weren't as sturdy as they used to be, and that's why we had such tragedy with like the buildings in over on the college campus that just collapsed. And
The high school by my house, everything was built like in the 50s. That completely collapsed. The elementary school by my house was built in the 50s, completely collapsed. I was part of the portable generation where they literally just put a bunch of portables out in the field. They actually built around that and cut half the school off, and they're still there to this very day. And I know that because I live near the elementary school that I went to. Never move back to your hometown if you can help it. This patch is gaudy. Someone made this shiny thing by hand.
I can see the sparkles from here.
Oh, this thing is so gaudy. It like adds weight to my jacket. It's so gaudy. I just love the intricacy. Somebody made this by hand. And there's like fake jewels and diamonds. I don't even want to touch it so it doesn't pop off. But there's fake jewels and diamonds all over this thing.
Mark, I'm so sorry.
I've been given a few weeks still to live. They're really not sure. I am so sorry. Why is everything like all lit up in blue? That was weird. I was kind of expecting to hear that. I didn't. I am so sorry, Mark. You've been with me since the beginning, back when I was just an idiot on YouTube saying whatever came to my head. Oh. I think why did everything get lit up oh, there we go. Oh. My father passed away from lung cancer, and it was sudden. I totally understand what you're saying. Oh man. I was kind of wondering about that. I am so sorry to hear that, Mark. If you lived any closer, I would roll the biggest J I possibly could and give it to you. Oh. It's one of those things like cancer is awful. Cancer is absolutely the worst. I have to take a deep breath on that one because you know what? None of this is important. Mark is important, you know. All the pretentious things I do, I think about that all the time. Like all the sewing and all the things that I love to do, I do that because I'm privileged and I'm lucky to, you know. And it just makes me so sad, Mark. It just makes me so sad. We need to have a Mark Short appreciation stream. You need to come and join us. I can't shut up, and you shut me up for one, for once. Oh. I'm going to continue sewing my giant gaudy patch. Who am I? No one's gonna get my household references anymore. From now on, I am asking everyone to watch Australian television. Mark, I am so sorry. My father passed away from cancer, and it was just unreal. My mother had cancer as well. And for some reason, I have Rihanna stuck in my head now. I'm trying to make you laugh, Juan. Sorry.
A line from the song must have stuck in your head related to something you were saying.
It's shine bright like a diamond is stuck in my head. Absolutely. Absolutely, Pam. Absolutely. Of course, my signal is fading. I am not a fan of Spectrum. If anyone can hear me, if you can avoid Spectrum, avoid them at all costs. Is my signal going away?
Not on my end.
Okay, because it's telling me on the thing that it's like, well, if I disappear, I'll be right back. I have my backup computer ready.
Okay, you were a little bit garbled sounding just now, so.
Okay. Spectrum has just been so choppy lately. Please keep Hannah in your heart. Spectrum has just been super choppy lately. I am so sorry, Mark. I am so sorry. It's hard when they you know you never know. You want to keep be hopeful, but when a doctor gives you time like that, like they gave my dad a year and a half and he was like almost to the day of a year and a half. Oh. Do you know what is funny? Real online. I used to be a part of this really petty community where people would fight all the time about everything or just all these rivalries. And in the end, like people like Mark Short are what's important, And I think sometimes when we get online, we lose sight of that because we get so myopic and caught up in these communities, Life is short. Enjoy every minute. Sorry to bring everyone down. Just I had to let all my friends know. No, it's understandable, Mark. It's totally understandable. Ugh. Oh man, my tear ducts are so done it hurts to cry. They're so dried up because I'm such a ghoul. Oh man. Oh. Oh, Mark. No, we're here for you. We are definitely here for you. I'm gonna continue to sew my crummy patch. You're making me think of my Ned Kelly obsession. I made a bunch of patches that said "such is life," you know, and now that thing makes me want to cry every time I say it. It just makes me want to freaking cry. And historically speaking, no one ever knows if Ned Kelly even said that. There's a really famous Australian cowboy that went out like a cowboy, and people misquote him in history.
Is that along the lines of the whole like Alamo thing? Or...
Yes. It's the Australian Alamo. But Ned Kelly is considered like a legend, you know. Oh, I have a bunch of patches that say "such is life." Oh, but that's funny about history. Like Ned Kelly, he just ticked off the government and refused to back off and became a hero. You know,
I know the name, but I couldn't remember the whole story.
I think I could be wrong. They made a movie about it, and what's his name is in it. Oh, I could be wrong. But I watched a movie about it, and I was so surprised of the actors. Heath Ledger, I think. Not Heath Ledger. I'll have to look it up. Might have been Heath Ledger, actually.
It could have been. I think actually that does sound right.
It's an Australian movie, but it's a really famous one. Oh man. Okay, Sarah, whatever will be. That there's a Van Halen, Van Halen has Happy Trails. It makes me cry. It makes me cry. I thought I was gonna move, and I made a video. And as I was filming the video, I was choked up at the shop crying, holding my sewing machine. And I cried, but I didn't put it on YouTube because I'm not looking for crying clout. Oh, man. Doris Day. Oh. We are here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah. Do you know what's really funny? I'm sitting here like crying all sad, but that's the truth. I say that every day. When people are like, William, why are you doing this crazy thing? I'm like, man, we're not here forever. When I joined the over 40 hockey league, my neighbor asked me, he's like, really? What are you doing? And I told him to his face, like, we're not here forever, bro. I'm trying to relive my youth. You know. It's true. That's why you have to enjoy it for as long as you have it. And Mark, you didn't bring us down. You're a part of this channel. You didn't bring us down. You just you're just real.
Yeah.
Oh. A famous Ned Kelly quote was "such is life." He said that as his execution. Exactly. I put that on a bunch of my biker vests, and I could always tell when somebody was from Australia because they would be like, "How do you know about Ned Kelly?" I actually got that question a few times. I met some really cool people from Australia wearing that patch.
They came out of the woodwork to introduce themselves.
Well, people like imagine if you were halfway across the globe and someone knew about your culture.
Yeah.
Or could reference or has a weird inside reference of something that, came from your culture. Just like when I started making koofies, I noticed a lot of people started watching my koofy videos because people from a different country were like, I appreciate that this loud American is trying to make koofies. Some people weren't too happy, but you know, you get complainers in every group. Oh man.
I agree, Pam. And Mark, even though it's hard, please stick around. Don't worry about making us sad.
But Mark, when you pass, do you have to let someone know? Absolutely. So you can watch me lose it live on YouTube. Like I said, the relationships that we build are important. It's not the everyday just unimportant things, but it's the relationships that we build that is what I will always cherish. And even the people that I don't talk to that don't even like me anymore, I appreciate every moment that I spent because I try not to waste my time, you know? And I appreciate everything I learned from everyone. Oh. We're gonna have to get a towel for Waterday. Oh, let me go look at my notes of pretentiousness, crybaby Karen thing. I feel like Seinfeld now. I truly feel like Seinfeld now. Let me go. Today's improve your office day. I do that every day in this office.
Very nice.
National Taco Day.
I had a sandwich.
Mark, I absolutely love you. If you need anything, I'm here. Just know that. Britney Spears recently did a dance with knives on Instagram, and the cops, like so many people were worried about her, they sent the police to her house. And now on her Instagram, she's like really like she went off on people. But she was claiming they were fake knives and you could hear them clanking.
It's hard too because anyone else, people would be like, "Oh, that's so sexy." But, you know, because she's had issues, people get concerned.
But she doesn't have kids. Her kids don't want to live with her, so she doesn't have kids in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want to say this, you know you're down when Kevin Federline is more functioning than you are. But anyways, it just was weird to me because I really didn't think about it, but it's on. I saw it on the news because I watched the 4:15 news. And then I went on her Instagram and she had a post where she taped them to her shoes.
She taped the knives to her shoes
and did like a ballet, that thing where you stand on your thing. I don't know if it was just the picture of the feet with knives taped to the thing. So it might have been something she pulled off the internet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But where is that line of being in people's business and like letting someone live their life, even if they are like Britney Spears, who needs a hug?
I don't know, because I think that there are I mean, it's hard to say. I don't think there is any one line. It's all situational. And you know, how many people feel lonely and isolated because they think that nobody sees them or cares, or you know, and how many times do you hear about, oh, I was saved, but I was gonna go unalive myself, and then someone saw me and said hello and asked how I was doing, and it, you know, gave me a moment to reflect. And
I've had meetings with people that have changed my life. You're having a bad day, then you just have a conversation with that person and it takes you away from that moment and you realize it's not that serious, you know? So I get it.
or it gives you like a little bit a little bit of bandwidth to make it through and deal with something after or later, or when you have a moment to face something, rather than wallowing in ineffectiveness.
Her Instagram has scared me, but I would never like want to take her freedom away, you know. She does scare me, and I've brought it up many times. Like I think, oh, I should block Britney Spears, you know, just jokingly, but she's cray cray, or maybe that's just me judging.
And it's hard too. I think that because we know a lot of what she's gone through, maybe we're a little oversensitive, and she just, thought she was doing something modern and edgy, but people misjudged. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe better it's safe than sorry. I mean,
no, you're right. You're right. I don't like that, but I'm old school American, where I'm like, you have the right to be crazy, you know. Lizelle is taking it hard, but there's no easy way to take it. The fact that our son is only 2 doesn't help, but she has a lot of support, thankfully. Oh, it's just just try to enjoy every day, you know. Oh man.
there's something to be said too, I think, for maybe having a little time to prepare.
That is true. Like, he passed away, so I can tell all of his secrets. My dad told me all his secrets. He knew he was like this and this. And like he used to always jokingly say, like, oh, if somebody half Vietnamese and half black shows up to the door, you believe them. And right before he passed away, he grabbed me and he was like, son, if somebody's half Vietnamese and half black and they show up at the door, you believe them. Like it was on his mind, you know. Like he was serious, you know. Like he wasn't joking all those years, you know. So I think it is important. I'll be around until the end.
I'm glad.
Oh. It's important. It's important.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my tea.
Okay. Absolutely, Sydney. Absolutely. Oh. So I finished my puffy shiny patch. I really it's just so intricate of how they make these things in the first place. It's just amazing how they make these patches. And not only am I sick, but now I'm like on the cusp of completely breaking down. Oh yeah. I think it's always important to remember things like this, you know, because we get caught up in the everyday pretentiousness of life, and Mark is actually going through something that's real. And we get caught up in the everyday he said, she said, you know. How many Chisme shows do I watch? Like this is reminding me how unimportant those Chisme shows in English and Spanish that I watch.
How many Chisme shows do you watch?
I told you I'm on a 6-month cycle where I subscribe and unsubscribe. And then I get bored and resubscribe. Mark, I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Mark. You honestly, I was canceled like a year ago, like for real canceled. And when I started streaming, I was scared to stream because I didn't think anybody would be there. Honestly, when I turned on my computer the first time, I was like, I'm going to be in this by myself. And Mark was there, you know? Mark has always been there, and I appreciate that because I was and everyone here came from that show, and I appreciate you, you know? So, you know, you will never be forgotten, Mark. Oh, I got to stop before I work myself up. What does chisme translate to? It's gossip. Chisme is gossip, but I like in the Spanish world, like in the Hispanic world, when you say I have some chisme, everybody stops what they're doing and they're like, oh, I want to hear it, you know? Oh. So chisme is just like gossip. But I am addicted to I've talked about it. There's a bunch of reality shows, web reality shows on YouTube, and it is trash television, and I'm hooked on it. The format of putting people in a house and having them fight each other is just trash television, but they still do it. My sister's youngest son, 3, was when she passed, but it was sudden, died from a brain aneurysm. Wasn't much time to prepare. That's so sad. Memories of Hannah's death rushing back. I am so sorry, Sydney. Ah, my my grandmother had Alzheimer's and she lived to be 99 years old, and she had to come live with me because she could no longer live in her giant mansion of a house. And I'll never forget, I didn't realize what Alzheimer's was until I showed her my cell phone and I was watching something, and she's like, "What is this?" I said, "It's my cell phone." She's like, "Why is your cell phone talking?" I was like, "It's the future." My grandmother looked me in my eye and was like, F the future. I had never heard that woman curse in my life ever, but she had dementia, you know, and so she started telling the truth. I am so sorry, Mark. I am so sorry. And chisme is addicting because it's the pretentious things in life, like, oh, this person's fighting with this person or this or that. And then they go on different web reality, they go on different shows like this and they fight each other. So there's a whole infrastructure of these chisme shows.
It's like WWE without the wrestling.
Yeah. And certain people they'll get like 1,000 something views, 2,000-3,000 views here or there, but it's weird to me because like there's this one reality show I watch. They have $1 million equipment, and I mean top of the line equipment, and I get more views than they do.
Well, you have top of the line equipment too. Sure, microphone.
I don't apologize for excellence. I inherited 90% of the stuff in this room. I purchased this computer and had to figure out the rest.
Maybe one of their parents was a sound designer or something.
I got lucky in the parent lottery. Let's be real. My dad was an engineer. I got lucky. He was obsessed with technology. I'm glad he didn't click bottle caps. Oh. But my ex-wife's grandfather collected belt buckles, and they have a wall of belt buckles at her grandmother's house. Every time I walk in there, I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. It's a big country, but it's a literal wall of belt buckles. Oh my gosh. If my sinuses weren't wrecked before.
Clear everything out for you.
Crying clogs me up more. I have sensitive eyes. My skin always, have you seen that commercial? The old contact commercial where they were like, where people were being dramatic and they're like, but I have sensitive eyes. And they're all like they're like in plays, you know, because people say that. But this one contact claimed to have combated the sensitive eye problem.
Mm.
We'll never know because I can barely wear my glasses.
I was gonna say, spoken like a man who does not wear contacts.
I keep them close because I drive a lot, so I have to wear it when I'm driving. Do you know there's a lot of people that wouldn't even recognize me if they saw me?
I wear
Oh.
contact lenses, and I have special ones that have like a little flare. Like your lens is a dome, and it's got like a little bit of a kick out around the rim, so that they slide on my eyes a little easier and make them more comfortable to wear. But I'm a pretty good contact lens wearer. I wear hard lenses because it gives me better vision, and the soft lenses tend to dry out in my eyes because I have kind of dry eyes. So
Same. That's why when Mark made that comment about me using Visine, I think I don't know if I had dry eyes or I've been using Visine so long that I've just dried my eyes out.
Maybe in the winter when it's damp, you can transition away from it and see what happens. Evaluate the situation.
But it's instant relief, you know? Like my eyes get dry and I put it in and it instantly takes the relief, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I can't believe you haven't seen that commercial.
Which commercial?
It's from a while ago. It's the sensitive eye commercial.
I have. That's why. Oh my word! I thought I had a migraine this week. That's where I was Monday, migraining and dry heaving. But there's that commercial for the migraine medicine. Oh my word! It is insulting to migraine havers, where the mother is like running around in the yard with her daughter, talking about how she has a migraine and wishes I'm like, no, anyone with a migraine is not running around the playhouse with their child. That would put you on the ground.
You know, in all of those infomercials, they overplay everything. Like even I love my DR. Okay, I love that thing. But in the commercial, they have like 105-pound human driving that thing. At 210, that thing drags me with my heels in the field. I literally lean back and that thing just drags me through the field. And I don't know who's driving who after a while, you know? But it is not like the commercial.
Oh, is this a special kind of lawnmower? What's a DR?
It's a giant field clearing mowing machine. It's a self-propelled, but back in the day it had one of those infomercials that was always on TV. And so they show this person in their garden happily walking their DR through, and like that thing I had to work out before. The first time I was like, oh no, I literally went to the gym and I'm like pumping iron to work that thing because you have to have special muscles so it doesn't walk away from you.
There's a video from Hand Tool Rescue about a oh dang it. It's a like a large a pogo stick tamper or something like that. And it is this like foot crushing humongous, I mean it's about the size of one of those like large helium tanks.
Okay.
And it's for tamping down the earth for like the dirt, and it has this like pneumatic thing that like launches it into the ground. And at the end of the video, he is having the best time compacting a little space in his yard as this thing's like flying up and slamming back down. And I mean, he like this deep, he compacts the earth with that thing that he restored.
Wow.
Pretty great.
Those things are not like they're as advertised. The DR was fun though, because everybody had a laugh because we all of a sudden had a tough man competition at my job. And then you found out, like, because everybody was like, dude, that thing's dragging you. I'm like, go ahead and try. It's right here. And people who literally weighed 50 to 60 more pounds than me were like, oh man, this thing has some pull. Well, I said it has some pull. But they always overplayed on the infomercials for everything. Have you, if you get bored, go back and watch the George Foreman grill. They make it look like no human has ever cooked before the George Foreman grill was invented. No human ever cooked. Or we were just throwing stuff on the grill, you know, like, oh, I hope you cook with no oil, no seasoning, nothing, you know. Those are just, oh, the worst. Even like, I don't know why they threw a copyright strike on me, but the old singer commercials, the 90s ones, man, they made it look like people didn't know how to sew, you know. My sister lost 3 children to different things, including doctor's negligence. Nothing is more tragic than a child being lost for any reason.
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
awful.
Yeah. Sydney lost her child. I think that's what Mark's talking about. It's
Yeah.
ugh. I have a it's again, Mark, if there's anything that we can do for you, please let me know.
Same.
I'm on everything. I'm on Twitter and Instagram and here, just let me know.
Same.
I'm still mad at that $20 protein bar. I have it here because it's the last one left, and I'm like, I'm going to eat it. It was 20, like, chocolate has gone up so much that, like, I have turned into my mother in 1989. You finishing that? Turn those lights off. Why is that door open? You are the friend of the flies. Like, I have officially become my mother,
Wait,
Oh,
before you take your glasses off, what is the sweetener in that protein bar?
when you say sweetener, what do you mean?
Oh, well, is it like maltitol, inositol,
Oh, okay. Let me look.
erythritol, sugar, agave?
The funny thing is, I can read better up close with my
Oh.
glasses on.
Oh,
It-
okay.
my glasses are for far away.
Okay.
Chocolate flavored coating, sugar vegetable oil, palm kernel oil, whey protein isolate, cocoa processed with alkali,
Mm-hmm.
soy lactum, natural flavor, whey proteins crisp, whey proteins concentrate, cornstarch, calcium carbonate, semi-sweet chocolate chips, sugar chocolate liqueur, cocoa butter, soy lectin, vanilla extract, chocolate chips, sugar unsweet chocolate, cocoa butter, soy lectin, glycerin, invert sugar, milk protein concentrate, natural flavor, water, salt, mixed cocoa, something rolls, preservative, citric acid, contains milk and soy ingredient, may contain traces of peanut tree and wheat. Man, I'm so lucky I don't have peanut oils because I never read the labels. Oh my gosh. I'm lucky I don't have those allergies. Wow, I can legitimately not see after putting my glasses on. There we go.
Oh, hey.
Agreed, Mark. Absolutely, Sydney. Absolutely. Those energy bars are just glorified candy bars. This is a giant crunch bar. Do you remember the old school crunch? It has a bunch of those. It's just filler. It has a bunch of those crunch. I think they're bomb, but it just wasn't worth $20. That's the parent. I have officially become my mother. My father was gripey too, but my mom was bad cop.
I had a company that sent me some free skincare, and my mother still gave me the stink eye. A couple years ago, we had someone here doing some work on the garden, and it was really hot. And so my mother arrived and saw the guy working, and she says to me, "Did you offer him some water or something?" And I'm like thinking to myself, of course I offered him water. And I said to my mom, I'm like, Mom, I'm going to be 50 here soon. At some point, you have to trust that you raised me right.
You know what though? Not everyone's like that because I give water to the my mailman, you
Mhm.
know, and he is like, thank you so much. You know. Not everybody is as kind. I still say please and thank you, excuse me. I am shocked on that people do not know how to react.
Mhm. Yeah.
If I walk in front of you, I'm gonna say excuse me. If I walk too close behind you, oh excuse me, I'm sorry. You know, especially in the COVID era, I'm giving you some warning. Do you think manners have disappeared in society?
Um,
And keep in
I
mind really
mean,
quickly, I was raised in an extremely manner-driven world.
yeah. I mean, I think that there are, manners are just a standard, they're a culture. And
Yeah.
so, like some places and some occasions, certain manners apply and certain don't. But I think that a lot of people kind of just don't know how to interact. I think that I mean, I like the internet. I'm on the internet all the time, but I think that it has caused um, some problems in that I think that the distance has kind of made people forget how to interact with each other. And you get like the
Um, Pam, I'm gonna show you my Instagram because I don't know if it's godless sewing or if it's sewing in circles.
sewing in circles.
Okay, because for a very long time, um, they would not allow me to use the word godless sewing as my name, and so I called myself oh, I got a verified badge. I don't even know why. Oh no, I
Oh,
can get a verified badge. Sign up.
mm.
Yikes. Here, let me share this. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I'm do you know what's funny? Hanging out with Waternay is literally brought me back to Instagram. Because I'm not on Instagram much, but I need to start posting on there again. And on Twitter as well, because people keep subscribing to me on Twitter, and I've been quiet quitting for months. I have not posted on Twitter in so long. It is sewing in circles.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that because it says godless sewing. Can you see that?
Ah,
But it is. Oh, there's my Instagram. There's all my so frugal stuff. I haven't posted on a while there. I love this picture. That is my local Walmart. That's one aisle, and I'm not kidding you when I say that I'm like, um, cruising Walmart. That is, I've probably purchased one of every single one of those patterns there.
oh goodness.
I'm cray when it comes to that. Oh, I love this coat.
Oh, that's interesting because this does say godless sewing, but then like when we message, it shows you as sewing in circles.
Pam, do you go by Made by Pam? Because it might be easier to find you there. I need to get back into that. I need to get back, even posting on Twitter, because my Twitter isn't opinions, it's not hatred. I just post all the crazy stuff that I sew because I'm really into sewing battle vests, but I also like making intricate things. Like
Mm.
this is a bunch of old shirts. This was a literally a Knights Templar smock. But I gained weight and it didn't fit anymore, so I cut out the cross. And because I'm ex Roman Catholic, I love all the Catholic iconography and all the all the Catholic stuff. So,
A lot of people do. It's interesting.
would you consider a lot of that Los Angeles though? Like when I think of the Lady of Guadalupe, I think of LA.
I think that it's very Los Angeles simply because there is a strong Latino Catholic population.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, Pam. Thank you. Because I'm on a different, I'm like on the other side of the planet, but I live near the San Fernando Mission. And like I go there a lot. Isaiah and I hang out there, and it is a place of oppression, but it's also beautiful and calm and serene if you just don't think about, the oppression that it took to build that place.
I mean that is a trouble with a lot of historic sites across the country.
It's a beautiful park. You just don't think about the history behind it,
Mm-hmm. There's an island that I like to go to for vacation, and they have a plantation,
Mm.
and it's they have a lot of local events there, and a lot of like the neighborhoods are called such and such estate or such and such plantation, and the house is one of my favorite houses, but plantation, so kind of unappealing in that regard.
When I visited Savannah, Georgia, I have family members that still live on the same property they were freed from. It was weird to me too. But again, I'm a West Coaster, so please don't judge me. I'm already kicked out of every club. My card was revoked years ago. Well, I planned on taking the night off. You know what's funny? I kind of had a feeling that Mark was going to give us that news soon, though.
Given the other things that Mark had said,
And I like it.
Looking tough.
He was on my mind when we were talking the other. Was that last night? Do you know? Was that yesterday? I don't even.
No, we were
was
both not well yesterday.
Oh, that's right. The other day when we were talking, he was on my mind. I was like, oh, Mark, I didn't hear from Mark. I hope it's not the worst. That was literally the first thing that I said. Like, I hope he. That's why when I saw him today, I was like, yes.
And then no.
Yeah. But that's, you know what though? Like, that's the Greek tragedy of life. You laugh until you don't anymore,
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna read some Riverside Shakespeare this evening.
Oh goodness.
I have so like, let's see if you can see it from the other angle, since I have so much stuff on my desk. To prop up this computer, I have Great People of the Bible and How They Lived, Horror 101 from college, because I wasn't doing anything serious. Yeah, I took a college class on horror. Judge me. Let's see. Riverside Shakespeare. This is chemistry, the practice of social research, and M from the encyclopedia. I think it's probably Britannica, knowing my grandfather.
So was that a class on horror altogether, or horror in literature?
Horror in literature, but this particular book was more about modern movies and tearing it apart. There's a John Hurt movie about Frankenstein I watched when I was younger. It's in this book. But speaking of John Hurt, I watched the Quentin Crisp movie last night, and I had never seen it before. And my not feeling well self, I was like, I'm going to bed at like 1 or 2. I stayed up watching that entire movie. I was literally laying in bed like, I should be asleep right now, but John Hurt is such a good actor. John Hurt is such a good actor. I'm really bad at Yay! I'm really
Yay.
bad at navigating Instagram, so I will find everybody when the stream's over. I need to get back into posting on Instagram because I am all about the abstract. What happened is on Instagram, I actually met some really cool people on Instagram. I met someone from Northern California that I'm still friends with. She's awesome. I actually made real connections with people on Instagram, but I didn't get too many followers. And then I started streaming, and back then a lot of people I know only went through Twitter. And then Twitter, because of the algorithm, I don't know, I gained 1,000 something followers, so I just started pumping everything into Twitter because I got more followers, you know.
Mm.
Oh,
I just-
awesome, Pam! I'll follow back.
Nice.
Sorry. I told you I come from a long line of interrupters.
Oh,
I
how dare
apologize.
you try to have a conversation? What?
Sydney, please find me. I'm on there. I don't know why that completely fell off.
Yeah, if you follow me, I will follow you back. That might be the easiest way to do it than try to manage
Yay, there's Pam.
manage that and manage talking on the chat at the same time.
Oh,
Let's see.
yay.
I think
Okay,
I'm
cool.
I think I'm following you already, Pam, but I've taken a screen cap so that I can make sure that
It's hard.
find people.
It's hard to navigate though with all these different I need to make a godless sewing Facebook. Are you a Facebook person?
I have an account, but the only time I'm on is when it's my birthday and I log in to say hello and thank all the people who very kindly wish me birthday messages.
Same. I post I have asked you this question because I'm giving you the same answer. I always post like I'm still here right before my birthday I may or may not share with other people that I've known on this planet. But I always post like right before my birthday just to remind people like don't forget to wish me happy birthday.
I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, you have my email address. Don't message me here because, like 6 months later I find something and
you know what? There was one time in a message request, I found a legitimate sewing machine question, and it was months, like 6 months.
Oh no!
I messaged. I was like, I am so sorry. I am so bad at the internet. And people think I'm joking when I say this. I was raised by boomers. My pops was pre-boomer, and my mom was a boomer. Like, I apologize.
Yeah, don't message me on Facebook. I'm never there, but I do check Instagram every day and will be happy to chat with you.
In a lot of ways, I got in a lot of trouble on Facebook because every ex-girlfriend I ever had in my life found me.
Oh.
So it's the older I get, it's died down. But and I'm friends with my mom. I'm friends with like all the people I grew up with. I'm friends with their mothers, My Facebook got the reason I got off of Facebook was because of politics.
Same.
I got tired. People I grew up with, people I've known my whole life were all of a sudden saying things, and I'm like, wow, I'm not gonna say hi to you next time I see you at the restaurant, bro. Like, and it started becoming personal, and it's not even that serious. As far as like, we don't need to dislike each other just over political parties, But because we're so polarized. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It ended up being a big time suck, and because it was so political and stuff, it was miserable the whole time. And so I decided that I had other things to do than spend hours every day with gloom and doom and misery.
Let me put this coat on. Well, you should subscribe to the 90 hockey groups I'm in. They're fun. See, that's the one thing that I do miss about Facebook is all the sewing and hockey groups I'm in. Because all the hockey groups, they're like, look, the only rules in here is you're not allowed to say the word Republican or Democrat, and everything else we can fight about, like, but we're talking about hockey. And as far as sewing goes, the only blasphemous thing I've ever done is put stickers on a sewing machine. And you know what? Maybe one day I'll stop talking about it, but it will not be today.
You were just so shocked that they were shocked.
I'm a purist in a lot of ways, but I'm also for art. Like all over LA, some people are like, oh, look at all these taggings, but I'm like, look at these murals, look how beautiful, look at the artwork, look at the intricacy of this, but some people will just see the graffiti and they don't see the like there's when Isaiah and we come from North Main Street when we come, because I like coming from the industrial side into LA, and there are murals everywhere. And there's this Kobe Bryant mural that'll make you cry. There's the mural of this famous man who's a tagger, and it's huge. The mural is huge. It's literally the size of a building, and someone painted that.
Yeah. I mean, some of it is art and some of it is, disregard for other people's art. But
oh yeah, I agree with it. I'm not saying all of it is art, but we have some of the most intricate graffiti in the world here. There we go. I love this coat. First off, it is extraordinarily warm. But these patches are awesome.
that looks good.
This is my I Can't Quit You coat. Oh, hold on. Wrong hat. I'm not gonna, if I put my glasses somewhere foreign, I'll be looking for those for 2 days. I need to put them on my desk right now. Because if I put my glasses somewhere else, I will lose them.
A place for everything and everything in its place.
Absolutely. Now that I can't see myself. I love this jacket. But this is what I dress like in real life. Keeps the riffraff away.
There you go. Well, see, now
I'm gonna
you
put
just
those
can't
on.
blame people for being scared of you when you walk in the store, though.
Oh no, people they sir me down when I'm wearing my cowboy. Sir, also thank you. People because I've rocked the cowboy hat for over like 10, 11, 12 years, there's a weird respect. People think I'm 20 years older. There's a weird respect. But I'm extremely respectful to people. Hey, Lucifer, how's it going? Good to see you. How's your night going? My cold's kicking back in. Yay, hello. People, it's a weird respect. I wear my black one, though. But my black one is so ratty. I have officially, let me show you. The top piece has disconnected from the brim, so I have officially sewn my hat back together.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, this is my everyday hat, though. It's ratty.
It looks like you sat on it. Maybe you need to practice hat blocking.
Oh no, it's because I do the bronc rider thing where I flip the back of my hat.
No, not that part. It just, you were saying it was looking kind of worn, and it's a little lumpy.
Oh, it's beat up. Oh, that hat is so beat up. Awesome. Just got off work. That is a glorious feeling, Lucifer Almighty. That is a glorious feeling. My neighbor gave my daughter a pink cowboy hat. I almost bought a captain hat with sequins and a cowboy hat with sequins, but my my adult supervision was there, aka my son. And then when I went back to buy it without him, they were both gone. My son has a blue hat. Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. Because I work on a ranch and I actually do cowboy stuff, it's intimidating to people who like are all hat and no horse, you know. Because the cowboy hat is a weird status symbol to some people, you know, of certain things, you know, and they see me and they're like, "Oh, why do you rock the cowboy hat?" And I tell them, "Oh, because I do cowboy stuff in real life."
I got a cowboy hat as a gift when I was in Texas with my mom for a work thing.
What is it a specific brand?
Rodeo King.
Ooh.
Was that a nice one?
Yeah. Anything that like it's a decent hat.
It seemed nice. It was a nice gift, and I kept it because it was, like a piece of Texas. But I maybe should have exchanged it for something I was a little more likely to wear.
Surprising my son doesn't get in trouble wearing it to school and he looks so cute. I
Oh,
love it when kids wear cowboy hats. I love it. I love that. You know, my generation was the first. My high school had a strict no hat policy, but that's because they didn't want us dressing like rap videos. Because in LA County, hats mean something different.
mm.
Just how I showed you guys that Disney gang thing. One
Mhm.
day I will go through all the meanings of all the hats in LA. It's confusing and you do a lot of circles and this neighborhood doesn't like this and if you're from here you can't wear that. And people who wear blue or it's so confusing.
I guess I'm fortunate in that nobody is going to look at me and confuse me with a gangster. I just don't have that vibe.
That's why I dress like Willie Nelson. Well, no, I was dressing like Willie Nelson before I cared. But people, do you know what? It's so weird to me. Like that day that I went to the thrift store and I saw all those patched up bikers, and they were like, "Hi, sir." I thought they were. I pulled up. I thought they were gonna say something. They were like, "Oh, sir, you can park here." "Oh, we're so sorry, sir." And I'm like, "You're sirring me down." They were like totally respectful and sirring me down. Like I was. It's because I had my giant gray beard, but they were. I was the elder, and I was like, "This is cool and not cool in the same breath."
Right.
Like, thank you for accepting me, kids, but you're making me feel old. So, and you know the funny thing is, I put the cowboy hat out after they saw me, and they were still stirring me down. So my street cred is gone too. They just look at me as the old man trying to. That's why I also made that thumbnail with Steve Buscemi with the skateboard when I made the Jankos. When he's like,
I don't
"What's up,
remember
my
the
kids?"
thumbnail. Oh,
It's a mega meme, you know. I believe it's from Parks and Recreation.
okay.
But that's how I felt when I was making the Jankos. I'm like, oh, people are wearing those again. Like I was literally trying to dress like I was wearing that and dyeing my hair blonde because I'd seen Demolition Man too many times.
I like that movie.
Me too. I was obsessed with it as a youth. I dyed my hair blonde, trying to look like Wesley Snipes. I can't say it without laughing. Oh, and I was there front row when the first Blade came out. And
Did you?
oh, go ahead.
No, it's all right.
And I had that flat top haircut too, with the weird thing in the back.
Oh goodness,
I rocked it.
you went all out.
It's the last time I really had hair. Oh, good times. Good times.
There was a show that was out, oh, probably about 10 years ago now, where Wesley Snipes ran this like betting ring thing where this guy was like kidnapped and like tried to made to get out of like really crazy situations, and yeah,
Wow.
it was really interesting. It unfortunately only did like a season, I think, but Wesley Snipes was really good in that.
I'm gonna grab my other jacket because I remember how I told you how my leather jacket, the shoulders are so high it looks like I'm wearing a football pad.
Oh goodness.
I brought all my coats out, and then I'll tell you my Wesley Snipes story. You know
Oh, okay.
he did like 4 or 5 years in federal prison, right?
Yeah, for like, it was like an income tax thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. He refused to pay Ring.
Well, was it that he refused to pay, or there was some like accounting mix up or some?
Martha Stewart did time for insider trading, and she didn't do a bunch of time because she was honest. Wesley Snipes lied,
Mm,
and he was given some time,
mm.
and they didn't commit the same crime, but it was almost in the same realm.
I almost feel like with Martha Stewart, people were just looking to like take her down a peg, because that was like nobody else would have ended up doing jail for that. It was ridiculous.
But look at her now when she hangs out with Snoop Dogg. The joke is there are two people in this room, and one of them did a couple years in prison. Guess who? And it's Martha Stewart.
Yep.
And it's not Snoop Dogg. There was a picture where she was in a room with like all these old school Long Beach gangsters, and the meme was, there is one person in this room who has done prison time, and Martha was literally the only person that had gone to prison in that entire room. I forgot about this leather jacket. I got this for like a quarter or like $1 at a store closing.
It's very retro.
I love it, and it's got the shoulder straps. This is 1980s
Wow.
bike. This is 1980s
Wow.
biker, and the sleeve. Let me make myself big real quick. The sleeve had damage on it. Either somebody biffed on their bike or they got thrown in a fight or something. So what I did is I just covered the sleeve.
Yeah, good idea.
So I love this. I forgot about it. I've been cleaning out my closet lately, but
It's like the whole members only kind of vibe.
totally. And with the hat, I'm a total paisa wearing this. I always throw a vest on over this, though. You hear that? That leather?
Yes.
Let's see if my weight gain, let's see how significant my weight gain has been, because I've grown and this vest has not. So
Did you normally wear that vest over your jacket?
yeah. There's like 3 vests that fit over this. But it's not that cold out here, And because my son's with me, most of the time I don't go riding like I used to at all, in any way, shape, or form.
I
Because
mean,
you can't do selfish things when you have a child. Well, you
this is true.
can, but you won't have them very long.
Mhm.
So my leather and I hang out in front of the mirror.
But I mean, the human body does adapt. And while it might not be as cold as New York or Chicago or something, Californians still think it's cold. It feels cold to us.
Oh
That's
no,
one
I throw
thing.
this on if it like the other day when it was like 50 something, I was in downtown rocking leather with my vest on.
Mhm. So who's still with us? Ping us in the chat. Let us know if you're still there.
I know, Mark, if you're still there, we're here for you. I gotta find my Ned Kelly vest. And I'm gonna eat that protein bar before this night is over. I paid a lot of money for that box. I love my kid and I give him almost anything within reason, but it was extremely yay, Pam, enjoy, awesome, awesome.
Hello.
But it was extremely expensive, you know. And as a parent, you always have that moment of, no, we bought this, you will eat this.
Somebody's gonna eat this.
Like he bought a bunch of honey bunch of oats, and like my son, and I think a lot of it is because of his ASD, but he is big on labels. I grew up on Multimeal. I am man. I'll eat the fake flakes. I'll eat corn flakes. I do not discriminate. So I got the house brand honey bunch of oats, and he won't eat them.
Well, some of them taste the same, some of them do not.
To me, there's not much of a difference, but I grew up on house brand. Like I was obsessed with the fake Wheaties. The first time I ate Wheaties, I was like, what's all this iron on these flakes? These are kind of gross. And I still like Wheaties, but my whole point is like they were gross to me, you know? I don't know. I grew up in an era where fish was cheap. You know how much? I grew up where you could eat oysters and all kind. Like fish was cheap. It is so lobsters, all that stuff is so expensive now. So for my next trick, I'm thinking about here. Let me show you the thing I was going to add a hood on. I'm gonna start a new segment. It's called Pam Was Right, and Pam earlier in this live stream mentioned that I should use the material that I already have. I made this. This is my Spock coat. It's huge.
Okay.
It goes all the way down to my feet, but I want to add a hood to it because
All right.
this is the kind of stuff where one day you're gonna be like, you're just gonna be somewhere, and then your friend's gonna be like, that dude is dressed like a bag of Skittles, and you're gonna be like, where is Godless Sewing? Where is he? I dress like this in public. I'm actually no. People are disappointed when they see me wearing black. They're like, "Are you feeling bad today? What's going on?"
So you're gonna put a hood on that one?
And I was also thinking about adding my extra long zipper on it too.
I feel like that one would look good with the hood style like you find on a on one of those like canvas rain duffel coat things, you know, with the two little snaps that can come under your neck and the cord with the toggles and stuff. It's like oversized. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I am dying inside laughing right now. I have 3 sewing skills, and that just happens to be one of it because that's the original hood for the Mimi G pattern. I could make that in my sleep.
Okay.
No, I'm laughing because I still have the original. Those are great hoods. That was the first hood I learned how to make like properly without my giant Hobbit hood.
I think that shape would be good on that coat.
Oh, that's so funny. Like you like if this was Pee Wee Herman, the couch would start talking, the clock would be going off right now. That was like the word of the day. I definitely know how to make those hoods. That's what the Mimi G pattern calls for. The R11407 is kind of like a military style coat almost.
Okay.
But I completely changed the style just because it was my size. I forgot how awesome it was to wear this coat. Maybe it's just because I'm sick and this is regulating my temperature.
No, there you go. Maybe you're feeling cozy because you feel crummy.
I have been, but like I save face. So like when I'm really sick, you'll know because I'll just disappear. I'm like a cat. You won't see me for a couple days and I come back hungry. I'm between my son and my mother and myself. We're just passing something back and forth and forth and forth, you know,
Oh no.
because she had something and then she calls me and she's like, whatever you had, I haven't. She didn't smoke. She doesn't talk like that, but she just is very forward with me, which I actually appreciate people who speak in plain English or Spanish. Pick one. I have actually a lot of leather. Like I said, there was a store clothing in LA and I went crazy. And one day I went there and I you know, because I was friends with the people and the lady was telling me, she's like, I don't think you understand. Just get as much as you can because we won't be here in a couple of days. I
Oh,
ca- I came back every day until the store closed.
wow.
Isaiah owns, and you like, above my head, there is a 5-foot stuffed bear in the rafters, and I also have a beanbag minion that is probably 4 feet tall because of that place. Isaiah had a stuffed animal collection that, like, you'd be like, oh my gosh, what's going on in this kid's life? He had a ton of stuff, but now it's all in storage, and I've learned not to go crazy when stores close like that. The bear was gaudy because when I wrapped him in plastic, I put him in the back of my truck, and I was like, this is bad because it looks like a person. So I put him in my other truck
Oh,
that had a
goodness.
shell on it. I'm like, I can't drive around with this thing in the back. It was big, and I wrapped it with duct tape, and the bear looks like a big person, you know.
I think I sent you that it was Ring doorbell footage, I think, where the police showed up at the lady's house and they said something like, I think, this may sound weird, but I mean, are you a hairdresser or something? And she's like, what?
Yes.
Yeah. And she had a bag of wigs in her trunk, and one of them, the hair had gotten caught. And it looked like she had like some poor kidnapped lady in her trunk of her car.
That was a great video.
Oh, yeah. The police officer was so incredibly relieved.
You know what's so funny? Stories like that make me miss my pops because when we bought the mannequin that sits, he had a Ford Ranger, a 2-door. And I remember telling him, like, it was by the Vons by our house. And I remember telling him, like, bro, I'll go get my truck because I'm not driving in a car with you with legs hanging out of the back of a truck. He was like, quit being a baby. But luckily, no one called the police on us. But it looked bad. It was wrapped in a blanket with legs hanging out the back of a truck with the shell open.
Oh no.
I still have that mannequin to this very day. That was another store closing where we went crazy. I'm like, I'll buy those shelves off of you. I'll buy that cabinet. I have a lot of awesome furniture in my house, and it's from really extravagant sales.
Ooh. I want to get some of those barristers bookcases. Those are so nice.
That reminds me. Tell me I do not have room for one more table.
Depends on the table and where you're thinking to put it.
The sewing machine isn't worth it. It's the table.
Oh, that one that you were talking about. Well, I mean, it could be nice fixing up and then selling.
No one's
A
buying
pretty
it.
table.
No one's buying it because they want $80 for a 19 appears to be either late 70s or early 80s Merit sewing machine. The sewing
Well,
machine is worth like, $15-20.
yeah.
But the cabinet is intricate.
I mean, it depends on if they're going to come down in price so that you can make a profit selling the cabinet.
There's no way for that price. I have hardcore rules when it comes to buying stuff like that. And because I do buy or sell, like all of this stuff in this room is the stuff I've decided to keep, you know? A
Mm-hmm.
lot of the other stuff, I'm just like featherweights. You'll never see a video about that because people want those. And if I have yet to get one and not sell it within a week or two.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen one in a while either. But I have certain rules. And with something like that, if I'm not gonna use it, I'm not gonna I don't know. For as impractical as this room seems, I'm extremely logical when it comes to my thrifting. Because I am a hoarder and I have a lot of things that I already have, everything I need in life.
So I'm not sure what it is you're saying then about this table. Do you want it or don't you want it?
You're literally listening to my justifications out loud. I'm still waffling.
Okay.
I don't know. I just have to wait until it's half off. I have to go in there on half off day, you know?
If it's half off and you can clean it up and then sell it, then it's worth it. But if it's just something to keep in your house, depends on how much you like it.
Yeah, I should walk. It's because the table's perfect. The
Mhm.
machine is you can tell someone put the machine in an old table.
Okay.
You
Well,
know?
maybe you should put a better machine in the table.
That is true. Like my it's of course it's covered, but my grandmother in one of the rooms had a table that was covered forever. You know, and over the years I really didn't do much investigation. When she passed away, I was going through her house. I took off the top of the table and I'm like, oh, it's a sewing table. It sat in
Oh.
my storage for a while. One day I'm cruising online and I'm cruising Singer vintage sewing tables, and it was the exact one. I was like, I have that. Man, literally, I got in my car. I probably didn't even put my shoes on. And I drove over to my storage and I went and got it. And
Yeah.
because it's a vintage Singer sewing table, all my vintage Singers fit right in it.
Right.
I mean, it was literally made for anything that's 1960s or 70s. I have a 1950s in it, but like I can put a touch and sew on that. I wouldn't.
Let's just get rid of your touch and sews once and for all.
I need a touch and sew intervention because this room is cabinets. Because this room is actually, I have earthquake cabinets. I have a ton of supplies on the right. In this, behind door number 2 is 7 touch and sews.
Oh my goodness. Just sell them and then you can do something fun with the money and have more space.
I would literally sell them at 15 a pop or 20 a pop. Like, does anybody need a cool looking? Because the thing is, they're James Bond. They're retro. They're cool looking. You know, they're antiquated. And sometimes antiquated things are cool. You know? Like, I love the 1970s. Like, all of the weird off greens or those weird futuristic colors when they thought we would be living with bubble helmets on the moon by now. You know, I love all of that stuff, but a lot of those put the money towards a new Do you know when I do get a new serger, I'm going to name it the Joyful Joy. Because Joy, you have officially sold me a new serger. But you know, that's my problem even with the stylists or my Futura. Is it the Futura? I'm sorry, the Touchtronic. Kilroy knows. If you haven't fallen asleep yet, Kilroy. I was so excited when I got the Touchtronic because it made the same noise as the commercial from the 1970s.
Oh
It
goodness.
makes that boop, boop. I'm gonna plug it in. Man, I should start sewing with that. The thing is with that thing is so like James Bond. I don't want it to break if I use it every day. Because those older mechanisms, that's 1970s technology. That still works, but you know.
I am running out of steam.
All right. I will definitely end this. It is getting late. They do have a gray heavy duty serger. I definitely serger is next on the list.
I like that idea of selling your touch and sews and getting a nice serger.
I have almost like 14 or 15 touch and sews. Probably
That-
more.
Yeah,
Probably more.
that's 14, 15 or more too many.
Probably 17 because I found 2 in the middle bedroom. And I have before I end this stream, friend Sanford was talking, like he pulled a cord out and he's like, this is the elusive 4-prong touch and sew. He's not playing. That actually is a really rare prong, and I still am mad at myself why I bought that touch and sew just because it's beautiful.
I mean, you could keep one for your collection. One, like one of the good ones, and then pass along the other ones.
So, do you have anything that you'd like to shill?
No. I did a little sewing. I made some towels before. Oh, but I have exciting news. Well, I think it was exciting. My mom had the excellent idea of having my friend help me film cleaning that treadle machine because I wasn't sure how I was going to manage to film it and clean it at the same time.
Awesome.
So I should be able to get some nice footage of that to share with everybody.
Awesome. Is it today's Wednesday? I will be back out it on Saturday with tales of all my sewing adventures and all the good decisions and bad decisions that I've made lately. And as always, I want to thank everybody who's made it this far. And Mark, if you're watching this, if you need anything, please let me know. Like I said, I'm on everything. Godless Sewing at Godless Sewing. So please come and find me. Joy, Pam, I want to thank both of you so much for sticking with me. I'll be back at it on Saturday. And I hope everybody has a great week. Absolutely. See you Saturday, Pam. And if you feel like hopping in at any time, Pam, on Saturday, please let me know. You are always invited in on my streams. You are so nice. You too, Joy. If you feel like joining ever, you are invited to join. And I'll be back at it on Saturday. I hope everybody has a great week. I've been tooling around making a video, so I'm gonna have a goofy Friday sews out. So I hope everybody has a great rest of your week. Thank you so much. I do feel terrible. Thank you so much. I hope everybody has a great rest of their week. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself. And I don't even know how the camps work. That is my middle name. Reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.